Chapter 1. Temporary. Specks of rain hit the windshield and evaporated within seconds. It had been a clear, warm day when Tara and Kyle stepped into Mrs. Jennings's car outside Plymouth Hospital. But the farther they drove, the worse the weather became. Coastal trees slowly gave way to heavier, thicker mountain growth, and the wide paved roads were swapped for twisted dirt trails. "It will probably only be for a couple of days anyhow." Mrs. Jennings took a bend slightly too fast, and Tara braced herself against the door. "Just long enough for a fun little visit." "Yeah." Tara stared at the knotted pine trees shifting past the window. Her brother had dipped out of the conversation by keeping his attention fixed on the book in his lap. Not for the first time, Tara wished she could read in the car without becoming sick. "I'm sure they'll be lovely. They seemed very excited when they called." Mrs. Jennings drummed her fingers on the steering wheel and snuck a glance at Tara in the rearview mirror. Her voice had a bright, energetic lilt, but a quiver belied the carefree words. Tara tried to return the older woman's smile. She knew Mrs. Jennings was trying her best. She'd already let Tara and Kyle stay in her too-small house with her own children the previous night, and she was spending nearly a full day driving them to their grandparents'. Mrs. Jennings cleared her throat. "And when your mother's out of hospital, I'll bring lots of pre-cooked meals so she doesn't have to worry about food." When, not if. Everyone was being so optimistic. But Tara couldn't think about her mother without seeing the ghost-grey, slack face with the incubator tube strapped to her mouth, artificial breaths filling her lungs, and the body that was unresponsive when the doctors prodded at it. Mrs. Jennings licked her lips. "You know I wish you could stay with us, but we've had this holiday booked for months." She quickly added, "And the house is being fumigated anyway, so even if we cancelled—" "I know, don't worry." Tara tried again to smile, but the muscles in her face weren't obeying her. "You've been really generous." Mrs. Jennings was all but sweating guilt. Tara couldn't understand why. Their families were friends, but not very close ones. She was lucky if they saw each other twice a month. But Mrs. Jennings had been the only person to visit when their mother was admitted to hospital, and more because of proximity than merit. She'd taken on the role of surrogate mother. "And now we're being passed on to our grandparents." It would be her first time meeting May and Peter Folcroft. Her mother had talked about them only once when Tara had asked. Her mother had said they lived a long way away and didn't keep in touch. Tara was surprised they'd volunteered to take her and her brother. Tara glanced at Kyle. He was small for an 11-year-old, and his hair was overdue for a cut. He kept his eyes fixed on the book, but he hadn't turned a page in several minutes. "I think—" Mrs. Jennings squinted at a wooden letterbox jutting out by a narrow driveway. "I think this might be it. Yes, good, number 48. Isn't this pretty?" Giant shaggy trees lined the driveway. Unlike the coast's manicured gardens and neatly spaced palm trees, the mountain property's plants had been allowed to grow wherever and however they liked. Maples, oaks, pines, and liquid ambers grew scattered about the area, sometimes so close together that they strangled each other. Vines and shrubs tangled through the gaps between the trunks, and late-season wildflowers created splashes of colour. Mrs. Jennings's four-wheel drive, which had only ever seen suburban roads, lurched over the winding driveway's bumps and potholes. Kyle looked up from his book to scan the area with a quick glance, then raised the novel higher to block out the view. Tara understood. For him, a fantasy world was easier to cope with than their new reality. The driveway seemed to stretch on forever. When it finally opened into a clearing, Mrs. Jennings made an appreciative "ooh" noise. "This is lovely. I'm sure you kids will have so much fun here. Look, there's even a swing." Tara twisted to see the wooden board suspended from a great oak near the front of the house. Shifting in the breeze, it looked old enough to be from her mother's time. On their other side, an angular concrete structure rose out of the ground, partially hidden by a copse of trees. Tara thought she saw the outline of a door. The two-story house, built of stone and wood, stood a little apart from the surrounding forest. The mountain rose up behind it, blocking out much of the late afternoon sun, and leaves littered its sharply peaked roof. Tara strained to see the two figures standing in front of the house, but shadows hid their faces. Mrs. Jennings swung the car around the circular driveway and pulled up near the house's front. Her voice was bordering on unnaturally eager as she said, "Here we are, kids, let's get you unpacked." Kyle pretended not to hear, so Tara kicked his leg when Mrs. Jennings wasn't looking. "Come on," she whispered, "be polite." He frowned, but closed his book and slid out of the car. Mrs. Jennings popped open the boot and pulled out their suitcases, leaving Tara and Kyle to face their grandparents. "Hello?" The woman, May, stepped forward first. Tara was surprised. When she'd heard her grandparents lived on a rural property, she'd pictured weather-hardened, stout people. But May looked closer to a grandmother in a Hallmark ad. Her long, silky grey hair had been tied into a bun with a blue ribbon that matched her checked dress and white apron. Her face was heavily wrinkled, but the creases all seemed to fall in the right way and bunched up around her sparkling eyes when she smiled. "You must be Tara," she said, then nodded to the boy hiding behind Tara. "And Kyle, I'm so happy to finally meet you." "Hi," Tara swallowed, unsure of what she was supposed to do or say to give a good impression. "Thanks for having us." "Oh, poor thing." May pulled Tara into a hug. She smelt like cinnamon, and the unguarded affection, so different to the distanced pity the nurses and even Mrs. Jennings had offered, made Tara's throat tighten. May withdrew just far enough to include Kyle in her hug. Then she patted both of their backs. "I can't tell you how sorry I am, but you're welcome to stay with Peter and me for however long you need to. Come in, I baked a cake. I hope you like apples." Her husband, Peter, extended a hand first to Tara, then Kyle. He was taller and gaunter than his wife, but dressed neatly in jeans and a button-up shirt. His smiles were more guarded and his handshake brief, but there wasn't any of the reluctance or irritation Tara had been dreading. He gave them both a gruff "welcome," then took the suitcases from Mrs. Jennings. "Come in," May continued, gently guiding them into the house. "You're probably tired from the drive. I have your rooms made up, but I hope you'll join us for a chat. I've been looking forward to meeting you for so long." Mrs. Jennings followed them as far as the doorway, then shrugged to adjust her cardigan. "Would you like me to stay for a bit, kids?" May beamed at her. "You're very welcome to join us for some tea, but it's getting late. I'd worry if you were driving home in the dark." "Oh, yes." Mrs. Jennings frowned slightly as she glanced at the sky. "I suppose... Will you be okay from here, kids?" Kyle kept his eyes fixed on the wooden floor, so Tara spoke for both of them. "Yeah, thank you for everything." Of course. Couldn't leave you kids fending for yourself." Mrs. Jennings edged towards the door. "You've got my number. Call me if you need anything. I'll keep an eye on your house, too. Take a loop past it during the school run to make sure everything's okay." "Thanks." Mrs. Jennings gave a final tight-lipped smile, waved, then hurried back to the car. Tara had the impression that she was glad to be gone. Her duty was done, and she could get home and focus on her own family again without guilt. As the engine revved, Tara turned back to face her grandparents and the building that was going to be her home for the foreseeable future. Chapter 2. Rooms for Two. "What do you like to drink?" May clasped her hands together as she smiled at Tara and Kyle. "You might be a little young for coffee, but I have hot chocolate, tea, milkshakes. I even bought some of that soda teens seem to like." "Luggage first," Peter said. "You'll have plenty of time to feed them later, May." Tara moved forward to pick up her suitcase, but Peter had already lifted both. "I've got it," he grunted, and nodded towards the stairs at the back of the hallway. A small tug on her jacket made Tara look over her shoulder. Kyle had grabbed the hem and was holding it as he followed. He hadn't done that in years. The narrow staircase groaned, but Peter moved up it with a speed that belied his age. At the top, he turned down the hallway and stopped in front of a door. "Here's yours," he said to Tara. "It used to be your mother's." The hinges creaked as the door opened. The room wasn't large, but it was clean and welcoming. A colourful quilt added life to the otherwise plain room, and the window overlooked the forest behind the house. Peter put her suitcase at the base of her bed, then led them back down the hallway. They passed the door next to Tara's and stopped at the last room down the hallway. "Yours," Peter said, squinting at Kyle over Tara's shoulder. Kyle nodded mutely, but didn't look inside as Peter placed the suitcase at the bed's foot. Peter's grey eyes tightened slightly as he peered at Kyle. "What's the matter? You're not mute, are you?" Tara bristled. "No, he just gets shy around new people." Peter shut the door. He examined them for a second, shrugged, and turned back to the staircase. "I guess it's better to say nothing than risk saying too much. Let's get you some of that cake." The man's tone hadn't held any hostility, and Tara relaxed a fraction. As Peter went down the stairs ahead of them, she whispered to Kyle, "Try to be friendly. They seem nice." He didn't answer, but kept a hold of her jacket. As Tara followed the stairs to the ground floor, she ran her hand along the wooden wall. The house felt old, as though the passing years had made it heavier. Every floorboard groaned, and the glass panes in the windows had warped. It was clean, though, if a little cluttered. May was shedding her apron as they entered the kitchen. A glazed cake took up the centre of the white-clothed dining table, surrounded by plates and cups, a vase of flowers, and 2 parcels wrapped in brown paper and string. "I didn't know what drink to make," May said as she hurried to pull out 2 seats. "So I made 3 types of tea. There's spiced fruit juice and soda, too, or I can make you something else." Tara slipped into one of the seats. "Any kind of tea's good for me, but Kyle might want the soda." "Oh, good. I asked the store manager to give me whichever type is most popular. If you don't like it, you can blame him." For the first time since the police officers had knocked on their door, Tara laughed. May flitted around like a hummingbird, pouring their drinks and cutting cake, while Peter reclined at the head of the table and blew on his mug of coffee. "We really are glad you could visit." May finally settled into her seat opposite the siblings, her long fingers tracing invisible patterns on the tablecloth. "Despite the circumstances." "It's a shame we couldn't come before," Tara said. She tried the cake, then went back for another spoonful. "You have a really lovely house." May beamed. "Thank you. Peter's parents built it close to, 80 years ago, I suppose. It's held up well." "Got a lake out back," Peter said. "I'll take you fishing sometime." Kyle peeked up from his plate. He'd been asking their mother to take him fishing for years, but their mother, Chris, had always said it was too expensive or too far to travel. "I can't believe how quickly time passes." May's eyes were shining as she looked between them. "You turned 15 a few months ago, didn't you, Tara? And you're nearly 12, Kyle? We really should have visited a long time ago, been a bigger part of your lives, but your mother, well..." She shifted forward, a hint of nervousness tainting her smile, and picked up the paper-wrapped shapes. "We can be a family now. Here, we bought you some presents." Tara dropped her spoon to take the parcel, equal parts surprised and touched. She slipped the string tie off and unwrapped the paper. "I hope you like it." May said. "Oh, yes, thank you." Inside the parcel was a small Polaroid camera. Tara grinned as she turned it over. "This is really cool." She looked towards Kyle and found him holding a fantasy novel. May had found his weakness, and his face brightened as he read the blurb. "Thanks." It was the first time he'd spoken all day. May bit her lip to hide a grin as she glanced at Peter, and he gave her a lazy smile in response. "May picked them out for you." "I'm glad. It was so hard to guess what you might like," she said, rising to clear away their plates. "I'm sure you two must be hungry. I'll make a start on dinner. Settle in and feel free to have a look around. I'll call you when we're ready to eat." Kyle trailed after Tara as she climbed the stairs. He held 2 books close to his chest, the novel he'd brought for the car ride and May's gift. Tara crossed to his room at the end of the hallway and went to the window to look over the lawn below. "You doing okay?" "Yeah." He placed the books on his bedside table, lining them up parallel to the edge, then sat on his bed. "You're right. They seem nice, but I still wish we could have stayed at home." Tara turned back to the room. Not for the first time, she wondered how different things might have been if a nurse hadn't realized they didn't have a father and if Mrs. Jennings hadn't visited the hospital. She didn't even know what happened in situations where minors were left without a guardian. Kyle insisted they were put in foster homes, but she wasn't sure how much of that was real knowledge and how much was fiction from his books. "Cool presents," Kyle said, nodding to the novel. "I haven't read this one yet. And you can take pictures for that awful drama blog of yours." She rolled her eyes. "It's not a drama blog. It's a blog that contains drama. Very big difference." "It's an echo chamber." He was mimicking both their mother's voice and words, "and an excuse for antisocial behaviour." She laughed, but the silence that followed felt hopelessly empty. "Is Mum going to be okay?" Kyle asked. It was the first time they'd had a chance to talk privately since arriving at the hospital. Uncertain how to answer, Tara returned to looking out the window. "The doctors say she will." "But even if she comes out of the coma, there could be brain damage, memory loss, physical impairment." "Stop it!" Tara's tone was harsher than she'd intended. Kyle was probing for reassurance from the only remaining person he trusted, and Tara wished she could give it to him. But she hadn't understood the hospital notes she'd read, and the doctors had only ever made general non-committal statements. Kyle the bookworm probably knew more about their mother's state than she did. "Things are going to be okay," she said at last. It was the best she could offer, even though she knew it was horribly inadequate for both of them. "Remember what Mrs. Jennings said. Worrying won't help Mum. We just need to look out for ourselves for a couple of days while she rests." Kyle stood and opened his suitcase. He began hanging up the 4 identical shirts with robotic precision, and Tara knew she'd frightened him back into his shell. "I mean it. We'll be okay." "You should unpack. Don't want to leave it too late." Tara sighed. "Okay, you know where to find me." She gave his hair a ruffle on the way past, then stepped back into the hallway. Even with 4 people in it, the house felt strangely empty. She counted the doors up and down the hall. The house would easily accommodate 10 people. Compared to their old apartment, the Folcrofts' home was a mansion. But the air felt still, and although noises echoed from the kitchen below, the upper level seemed too quiet. Tara moved to her room with quick steps and released a held breath as she crossed the threshold. She closed the door and turned back to the space that was supposed to be hers. The suitcase lay on its side. Tara frowned, put her new camera on the dressing table, and picked up the suitcase. She'd seen Peter place it on its side, she was sure. She set it upright again, tilted her head, and waited to see if it fell. It didn't. She nudged it with her foot, first in one direction, then the other. It didn't even rock. Weird. She looked towards the closed door. Was someone up here while I was talking to Kyle? I didn't hear anyone, but then I wasn't listening. A shudder ran up her back. She snatched the suitcase off the ground, laid it on the bed, and opened it to unpack. Her wardrobe was a little more varied than her brother's, but still basic and embarrassingly outdated. Before the accident, she had an allowance and a part-time job at a fast food outlet, but was using her earnings to save up for a new computer. Kyle had good grounds to tease her about her blog, but Tara didn't care. She'd grown an immense network of friends through it. On the internet, no one cared how she spoke, what clique she fit into, or whether her jeans ended 2 inches above her ankles. She was proud to be a part of the misfits. Tara finished her unpacking quickly, then shoved the suitcase under the bed. She flopped back on the quilt and stared at the wooden ceiling. Peter had said the room had once been her mother's. How many times must she have looked at the same patterns in the boards? Then the idea occurred that the ceiling might be hers for the next 3 years, until she was old enough to move out. Her throat tightened. She rolled off the bed, returned to the hallway, then turned to the stairs. Company, even awkward company, was better than being alone. Chapter 3. Games. May and Peter were speaking in hushed tones as they washed the dishes, but startled as Tara entered, giving her the impression they'd been talking about her. Shifting on her feet, Tara rubbed at her forearm. "Can I help with anything?" "You're such a sweet girl." May dried her hands on her towel and flipped it over her shoulder. "We were just finishing up dinner. Would you like to set the table? Cutlery is in this drawer here." Tara opened the indicated drawer and fished out 4 knives and forks. "Sorry, this is a weird question, but did either of you go into my room a little earlier?" May tilted her head to one side as she strained vegetables. "No, honey, why do you ask?" "Oh, just, my suitcase was knocked over. I'm trying to figure out how it happened." "Sorry, yes, that was my fault." May chuckled and moved the empty pans into the sink. "I went to check the window was closed. I must have kicked it over. So sorry." Tara frowned. Why did she say she hadn't been in there when I first asked? "You'll find this is an old house," May continued. "Lots of creaks, lots of breezes. It might take a few days to adjust to its quirks, but it's built solidly, and it has a lot of love in it. I hope you and Kyle will be happy here." "Thanks." Not knowing what else to say, she hovered by the table side while May ferried a small roast into its centre. Peter disappeared up the stairs to call Kyle, and May nodded towards an empty chair. "Settle in and help yourself. The both of you could do with a good feeding. You'll have to tell me your favourite foods as well. I'm not so good with the modern foreign kinds, but I can make anything as long as I have a recipe." Tara caught a glimpse of a stack of ancient cookbooks on a shelf above the fridge. May seemed to prefer classics over experimentation. Kyle arrived and took his seat at Tara's side, and for a moment the room was quiet save for the clatter of cutlery as they served themselves. Then May said, "It's good to have a few more people in the house. It's been just Peter and me for such a long time. The place dwarfs us." "It is big," Tara agreed. "We spent last night at Mrs. Jennings's and had to share a room with her twins. It's a bit of a system shock to have separate rooms." "When this house was built, it was nearly bursting. Peter's parents, his aunt and uncle, 4 siblings, plus eventually myself. Family has always been very important to us Folcrofts." Tara wondered if May knew that her daughter had legally changed her surname. From the very brief conversations she'd had with Chris about her grandparents, Tara had gotten the idea that May and Peter weren't interested in seeing their grandchildren. After meeting the couple, though, she saw that was blatantly untrue. That meant there must have been some kind of fallout to create such animosity. She dearly wanted to know what had happened, but wasn't sure if it was the best conversation to have during their first night together. "When was the last time you saw Mum?" She tried to keep her voice light. May and Peter glanced at each other. "A very long time, dear. Too long." May hesitated, then placed her cutlery back on her plate. "She went through a bit of a rebellious phase, travelled a lot. We had trouble finding ways to contact her. This was before mobile phones, of course. When she did finally settle down, we made contact, but she was busy a lot of the time. The drive was long, and we never seemed able to find the time to meet up." Tara nodded, but an uncomfortable sensation had settled over her. May's eagerness to explain the prolonged distance left her with the impression that there was more to the story. "Could I call the hospital after dinner?" Tara kept her eyes on her plate, "just to see how she's doing." "Of course, dear. I'll show you where the house phone is." "Thanks, I can use my mobile." "Oh," May bit her lip, "I'm afraid mobiles don't get reception in this old place. Why don't you give them to me? I'll put them somewhere safe, where they won't get broken." Tara hesitated, but May was already holding out a hand, so she slid her phone out of her pocket and handed it over. "Do you have a mobile too?" May asked Kyle. His hesitation was enough of an answer for her to extend a hand. "I'll look after it." May took both phones and put them in a wicker basket on one of the kitchen's higher shelves. She sighed as though pleased and settled back at the table. "Yes, I'm afraid technology doesn't often play nicely with this house. We don't have a TV or a computer because of that." "Oh." Tara's heart dropped. She'd been counting on her blog to keep her connected with the outside world. Again, the idea that they might need to spend more than a couple of days at the house flashed through her mind, and she bit her lip. May leaned forward, a nervous smile tugging at her lips. "Is something the matter?" "She can't survive without the internet," Kyle said, surprising Tara. He shot her a brief, wicked smile, and she scowled in response. For a second, May's happy expression folded into one of deep worry. Then she brightened again. "Oh, there's a computer in town, in the library. I can take you there tomorrow." "Thank you." Tara was almost ashamed of how relieved she felt at that small allowance. She finished dinner, and while May and Peter began washing up, fished the hastily scribbled hospital number out of her pocket and went to use the living room's phone. The call was brief, and most of the time was spent being transferred and put on hold. Chris's condition hadn't changed, but the nurse promised she was taking good care of her. Tara hung up and turned to find Kyle waiting in the living room's doorway. He must have seen her expression, because he didn't ask any questions. Instead, he nodded towards the kitchen. "May and Peter want to play a board game." "Sure." Trying to sound happier than she felt, Tara followed her brother back to where the small table had been cleared, and an old game Tara didn't recognize was set up. "How's your mother?" May asked. "No change." She made a murmuring, comforting noise and ushered Tara into a chair. "Let's try to take your mind off it for a little while. This is one of my favourite games. I'm sure you'll love it too." The game was simple, but Tara found it easy to sink into the moment. Kyle became chattier, as his innate ability to calculate probability gave him an advantage. Tara had the impression that both grandparents were deliberately losing, but they looked happy, so she let them get away with it. By the time Kyle had won the second game by a long margin, it was nearly 9. "That's bedtime," May said, rising and brushing down her skirt. "We'll have a busy day tomorrow, so get some sleep. Who wants a hot water bottle?" Kyle sent a pained look towards the clock. "Can't I stay up a bit later?" "Young boys need lots of sleep. Go on, up you go." Tara didn't argue. Unlike Kyle, who seemed to become more alert the later it grew, the day had exhausted her. For once she was grateful for an early bedtime. May pressed a kiss to both of their foreheads, then waved as they climbed the stairs. Tara stopped in at her room to fetch her toothbrush, then met Kyle in the bathroom. "They're so nice," he said, squeezing out too much toothpaste. The words almost sounded like a complaint. Tara laughed. "That's a bad thing?" "Nah, I just mean I was expecting to be put up in an attic somewhere and ignored. I wouldn't have minded that. I've got enough books. But they're spending all this time with us and wanting to take us fishing and play games. It's like they want to be our family." "They are our family. You know what I mean." She did. "It's not like they want to replace Mum. If anything, they're probably trying to make up for lost time. Maybe they think this is a chance for reconciliation." "That's what bothers me. They say they wish they hadn't grown so distant from Mum. So why didn't they visit her in the hospital?" Tara's hand fell, still mid-brush. That hadn't occurred to her. Sensing he'd made a strong point, Kyle continued. "They were so eager for us to stay here, so why didn't they drive down to collect us and visit Mum at the same time? She's their daughter." Tara shook her head. "Okay, I get what you're saying, but don't build this into a big conspiracy. They're old. They probably didn't want to drive across the country. A lot of old people don't like travel." "She's their daughter." Kyle spat out a mouthful of toothpaste. "I'm pretty sure there was some kind of falling out. Maybe a lot of old hurts that haven't healed yet. But they're happy we're here. They're looking after us, and they've gone out of their way to make us feel at home. Stuff could be a lot worse." "I still wish we could have stayed at home," Kyle grumbled. A door farther down the hallway creaked. Tara's heart skipped a beat. She hoped May and Peter hadn't heard too much of the conversation. She didn't want to give the impression they were ungrateful. She quickly rinsed her mouth, propped her toothbrush in an empty cup by the sink, and went back to the hallway. She wanted to say something to express her gratitude, but all she could think of was, "Good night, Grandma May." "Good night, Grandpa Peter." Two voices answered as one. "Good night." Then May said, "Sleep well, my dear." Tara raised her eyebrows. The voices had come from the ground floor, where she'd last seen her grandparents. Maybe they hadn't come upstairs after all. May said it's an old house with lots of breezes. The doors probably move on their own. Even so, she felt slightly unsettled as she returned to her bedroom. She shut the door firmly, making sure the latch had caught. Chapter 4. The House Wakes at Night. Tara held on to a spare pillow as she stared at the ceiling. The little clock on her bedside table said it was after 11, but she couldn't sleep, no matter how tired she felt. Animals screamed in the forest. Their shrieks cut through the cooling night air like a knife. They were wildcats, Tara thought, or possibly birds she'd never heard before. Every few minutes the noise was punctuated by an owl's mournful hoot. The night was clear, and the half-moon washed her room with light. Her window had curtains, but she didn't want to close them. When she'd been a child, her mother had once read her a story about a man who sat on windowsills during winter nights and peeked through holes in the curtains, and ever since then she'd been careful to keep her view of the outside unobstructed. She rolled over to face the window and saw a burst of either birds or bats shoot out of the treetops. The black shapes circled for a moment, then descended one by one to dive back into the inky woods. A door creaked as it opened. Tara tried to guess where the noise had come from, but the house was too disorienting. She listened as light footsteps moved down the hallway and stopped outside her door. "Tara?" Kyle knocked softly. "Are you awake?" "Yeah." She rolled out of bed, shivering against the cold air, and opened the door to let him in. His face, pinched and pale, was sweaty despite the chill. She gave him a small smile. "Can't sleep?" "No, I keep hearing things. Can I stay with you?" Sure, come in. Kyle went to the window, arms wrapped around his flannel-covered torso as he shook. He'd only stopped using a nightlight the year before, and he still seemed unusually susceptible to nightmares. Tara thought for a moment, then said, "Want to build a fort?" His eyes brightened. "Can we?" "As long as we keep quiet, sure." Tara quickly assessed her furniture. There wasn't much, but she could make it work. She slid the thin mattress off the bed frame and laid it flat on the floor with the bedside table on one side and a chair on the other. Then draped a quilt over the arrangement to make a cave. Kyle crawled inside while Tara turned her bedside lamp on to give them light. An animal shrieked in the forest, and Kyle shuddered as he pulled a blanket around himself. "It's just a cat." Tara sat at her brother's side and pulled her knees up under her chin. "If they frighten you, imagine them as fluffy kittens screaming at the moon. It's not so scary that way." His pale face cracked into a smile that quickly lapsed. "It's not just that. Did you hear the footsteps? Someone's been walking around the house. Might be Peter. I didn't hear him or May go to bed. They might have farm work they need to finish tonight." He made a non-committal noise. Something crunched through the woods not far from the window. Tara ruffled Kyle's hair to distract him. "Did you start on your new book?" "Yeah." Finally, he offered her a proper smile. "It's really good. It's about these 3 different clans warring over a seaport." Tara listened as he rambled through the plot. She was always amazed at how quickly he could devour books. He seemed to inhale them more than read them. It made birthdays and Christmases easy at least. His list of desired titles was always at least 3 feet long. It took nearly 40 minutes, but Kyle eventually dozed off, curled in a fetal position. Tara made sure he had enough blankets to keep him warm, then stretched out and tried to get some rest herself. Feet moved through leaves below the window. Tara rolled her head in its direction, but her room was on the 2nd floor, so she couldn't see anything. The footsteps passed, then returned a moment later, travelling in the opposite direction. They must have had a lot of work to catch up on. I saw a vegetable garden. I wonder if they have animals as well. I always wanted to own some chickens. The footsteps moved past a 3rd time, and uneasiness dug at Tara. It didn't sound like someone who was busy with a task. It sounded like someone who'd become lost. That was impossible, though. There was nowhere to become lost in. She slipped out of their tent, careful not to disturb Kyle, and crept to the window. Tiny crystals of frost had started to grow over the panes. Tara's breath plumed as she leaned nearer the cold glass and peered into the lawn below. A tall figure walked across the sparse ground. It was a man, but while Peter stood straight and balanced, the figure below had bent shoulders and moved with pained, shuffling steps. Tara frowned and leaned so near the window that the tip of her nose touched the glass. The man turned, and moonlight caught on his eyes, making them flash. His gaze met Tara's, and fear doused her like water. She scrambled away from the window, not stopping until she was back inside the fortress. Kyle shifted but didn't wake. Tara stayed frozen under the quilt, her eyes fixed on the small part of the window she could see, her breathing frantic and tight. That wasn't Peter. It couldn't be. She didn't know what to do. Was she supposed to call for her grandparents? She couldn't confront the stranger herself, could she? The footsteps passed under the window, faded until they were nearly inaudible, then returned. Tara took a sharp breath to stabilize herself and crawled out of the tent. She kept her body low so that she wouldn't be visible through the window as she hurried to the door. The handle grated as it turned, and Tara cringed. She shifted into the hallway. "May?" She kept her voice quiet. It was barely more than a whisper. But May must have heard. Scuffing sounds came from down the hallway. Then the door opposite Kyle's room opened. May's long grey hair hung loose about her shoulders. and her white nightdress seemed to glow in the moonlight. She tilted her head to the side as she smiled. "Is something wrong, honey? Would you like that hot water bottle after all?" "No." Tara hesitated, then spread her hands helplessly. "There's someone pacing outside my window." May's smile dropped a fraction, then she pulled it back into place. "Oh, that would be Peter. I'll go and talk to him." "I don't think it is." Tara rubbed her hands over the goosebumps on her arms. "It didn't look like him." "Don't you worry, honey, it's him. Go back to sleep." May gave Tara's shoulder a gentle squeeze on the way past. Then she disappeared down the stairs. A moment later, the front door creaked open. May's muffled words drifted through the cold night air. Tara returned to her room and crept back into the tent. Kyle had rolled over but continued to sleep. Tara huddled at his side as she listened to the muted conversation. Then the front door clicked as May returned to the house. The footsteps resumed, moving past the window and towards the forest. Tara squeezed her eyes shut and listened as they faded into the rustling leaves and scraping branches. A wild animal howled, followed by a flurry of wings and a screeching bat. Tara stayed awake for a long time, listening for the footsteps, but they didn't return. Chapter 5. Library. Tara slouched in her chair, her nose close to her computer screen, as she read Magic Chihuahua's exposé on the local bakery that allegedly had ties to the mob. It was the fourth in an epic 6-part series detailing their shady doings, and Tara was pretty far down the rabbit hole. At the back of her mind, she knew she would get into trouble if she didn't shut the computer down soon. She had badly neglected homework and was supposed to water the houseplants before her mother got home. But the blog post was too juicy to ignore, even for a moment, and there were already 28 comments. A sharp knock echoed from the door. Tara startled, thinking that her mother had come home early. But Chris had her own key. She never knocked. Did a neighbour need something? Tara rose and crossed to the door. She passed Kyle lounging on the couch with a book propped above his head and muttered, "Lazybones." Something wasn't right, though. She could taste the wrongness before she even reached for the door handle. Unease prickled over her skin, making her hair stand on end. A dull warning in the back of her mind told her not to turn the handle. But she already had. Then the door was opening, and the red-haired police officer was leaning forward and saying, "Tara Kendall?" Tara gasped as she woke. Sweat coated her, and nausea cramped her stomach. The patterned quilt above her head muted the morning sunlight and served as a reminder that she was no longer at home. She looked to her side. Kyle was still sleeping, though he'd sprawled out farther. Tara sat up, waited for the frightened nausea to pass, then retrieved her towel from where she'd packed it in the wardrobe. It was early. She hoped she could shower and wash off the cold sweat before anyone else in the family woke. By the time she'd left the bathroom, the house was busy with noise. Tara followed the sound of voices and clattering utensils into the kitchen, where May was serving up breakfast. "Good morning, Tara." The older woman beamed and nodded to a seat. "I hope you like pancakes as much as your brother does." There weren't just pancakes, Tara saw, but bacon, eggs, sausages, and fried tomatoes. She laughed as she took her seat. "You shouldn't cook so much, you'll spoil us." May ran a warm hand over Tara's hair as she passed. "Maybe you two need a little spoiling. And you definitely need some feeding. I refuse to have hungry children in my house." Tara grinned and served herself a big plate. Kyle was already halfway through his, and May hummed as she poured drinks and brought them napkins. Peter, savouring a mug of coffee, raised his eyebrows at Tara. "I hear I gave you a fright last night." "Oh!" Tara hurried to swallow her mouthful. "So that was you? I thought a stranger might have wandered onto the property."
"No, we're not close enough to any other house to be bothered by neighbours.
I get arthritis at night and find walking helps it more than anything else. Right. Sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you. He waved away the apology. You did nothing wrong. Tara returned to her meal, trying to dismiss the lingering anxiety, but the memory of the twisted, shuffling man was hard to erase. It seemed impossible that Peter could be so straight and relaxed during day, and so badly contorted at night. May chatted through breakfast, talking about how nice the day was, but warning that the forecast said storms were coming. Tara tried to listen, but her mind kept turning to the phone in the sitting room. As soon as May rose to clear away plates, she asked if she could call the hospital. Of course, you must be so worried. Go on, I'll take care of this. Tara dialed the now familiar number and went through the process of being transferred to the right ward, then waiting for the nurse to be paged. No change yet, Nurse Mann said. Her voice was slow, deep and placid, but no matter how soothing the tone, the news wasn't easy to take. We'll have a different neurosurgeon in today, who'll have a look at her. Call back in the evening if you like, and we should have an update. As Tara hung up, she sensed movement behind her. May waited, her eyebrows pulling together in concern. Is it bad news? It's not good. May seemed to understand that Tara didn't want to talk any more than that. She wrapped Tara in a hug, then stepped back, cupping Tara's cheek in a wrinkled palm. How about we head to town this morning? You can spend time on the computer in the library while I do some shopping. Yeah, Tara tried to smile. I'd like that. Can I come? Kyle hovered in the doorway, his eyes wide. I'm afraid the library only has one computer, dear, but if you don't mind sharing... Nah, she can be the nerd. I want to borrow some books. Tara snickered and poked Kyle's shoulder. Books are nerdier than blogs. No way, nothing beats blogs. May nudged them both towards the kitchen. Come on, chatterboxes, get your jackets. We can finish this argument in the car. The Holcrofts owned a beaten jeep that looked older than Tara was. She and Kyle sat in the back, while May, dressed up in a hat and floral dress, navigated the vehicle down the narrow, potholed lane and towards the main road. The jeep might have been older than Mrs. Jennings's car by at least a decade, but it handled the drive much better. Tara peered into the shrubs and trees as they passed. Peter said you don't have close neighbours. Does that mean there's no one else in this area? Not for a few kilometres. Most of this part of the mountains is reserve, which means it can't be developed. Only very old properties such as ours are allowed to stay. Any bears? Kyle asked. He was warming up to May. Tara was happy to see. May laughed. Not near us. We have cougars, foxes and snakes, though. The jeep sped up as it reached the main road and turned towards town. Tara leaned forward in her seat. We could hear animals last night. They sounded like screams. That would be the cougars, right? Probably, though foxes scream as well. May's eyes crinkled with a smile. The longer you spend here, the better you'll grow at telling them apart. True to form, Kyle had brought a book with him. It was May's gift, and Tara saw that even though it was a doorstop of a tome, he was making solid progress. She suspected he would finish it that day. The trip to the library had come at a good time. She watched as wooded areas gradually gave way to properties. Then they crossed a bridge that entered a small patch of homes and businesses, but probably constituted the town. Tara knew they must have passed it on the drive to the Folcrofts, but it had gone by so fast that she didn't remember it. May parked in front of a general store and climbed out of the car with surprising agility. She placed a hand on both Tara's and Kyle's shoulders and led them down to the strip mall. I'll show you to the library first, so you can spend some time there while I shop. How long would you like? An hour? Kyle's eyes were wide. As long as you can give us. She chuckled as they entered a small sandstone building. All right, an hour and a half, perhaps. I'll come and pick you up. The building was small, but the library owner had clearly put work into making it a comfortable place. An assortment of mismatched chairs was scattered amongst equally mismatched shelves, and Tara saw a small discoloured computer at the back of the room. "Afternoon," the lady behind the desk said, and May bobbed her head. "Good afternoon, Sandy. These are my grandchildren. Would you be kind enough to look after them while I do some shopping?" Sandy didn't look particularly enthusiastic about that, but she nodded, and May waved as she hitched her purse onto her shoulder and returned to the main street. Tara and Kyle both made a beeline towards their goals. Kyle disappeared into the fiction section, while Tara settled into the ancient wooden seat in front of the computer and woke it up. It was a seriously outdated model that made clunking noises when Tara opened the browser, but that didn't bother her. The blog circle she dominated was text-only and didn't need Java or Flash, so it only took a minute to log in. Plenty had happened during the last couple of days. Tara chewed on her thumb, trying to prioritize what to start with. Scanning through the new blog posts, she saw the next part of Magic Chihuahua's series on her local bakery had been posted. Her stomach twisted and she scrolled past it. She didn't know how long it would be before she saw another computer, so she replied to comments directed to her, then started a new blog post of her own. That way, if it took her a week or more to log back on, at least her friends would know what was happening. "I hope you like lemonade, because life just gave me a metric butt-ton of lemons." Tara paused, her fingers hovering over the keyboard. Blogs were about sharing life experiences. In her circle, nothing was off the table. She'd read secrets that could ruin people, confessions that would never be whispered in public, and thoughts that would make a journal blush. And yet it didn't feel right to write about her mother, limp and covered in mottled bruises, laid out on the crisp white bedsheets. She sat back, her excitement at returning to her native home squashed, then bit her lip and leaned forward again. "It's been a weird couple of days, but the crux of the matter is that my brother and I are now staying at our grandparents'. We've never met them before, and I honestly didn't know much about them until we rocked up at their doorstep yesterday." Tara typed freely, the words flowing as she wrote about Sweet May and gruff but friendly Peter, the yowling cougars, the food, and the presents. It was easier to process things in a blog post, she found. Maybe one day she would write about what had happened to her mother, but it was still too soon and too private to share, even with people close to her. She finished with a promise to post as soon as she could and a caution that it might take a few days. She went back to catching up on her friends' news while she waited to see if she got any comments. It was morning on a weekday, so most of her circle would be in school, but she knew a couple of her friends were stay-at-home mums who liked to chat in the comments section. "Excuse me?" Tara jumped at the voice behind her. A middle-aged woman with curly blonde hair stood a few feet back, a frown creasing her eyes. Tara quickly rose. Sorry, you can have the computer now." "No, that's okay. Didn't mean to startle you." The woman looked towards the library door, then back at Tara, her frown deepening a fraction. "You're staying with May and Peter Folcroft, aren't you?" "Yeah, I'm her granddaughter." "Gee." The woman bit her lip, apparently trying to think something through. "Sorry, this is phenomenally rude. I'm Patty. I run the bakery. They told me you were coming to visit, but I didn't think you'd actually... Anyway, are things okay? I mean, are you all right?" "Tara." May's sharp call cut off the disjointed question. Tara looked over Patty's shoulder and saw May in the library doorway, looking faintly flustered and breathing heavily. She smiled and beckoned to Tara. "We need to leave now." Chapter 6. Polaroid. "Oh, okay." Tara glanced from May and back to Patty. The woman's expression hardened. She looked like she wanted to say something else, but bit her lip and turned towards the shelves. Tara quickly logged out of her blog account and crossed to where May waited in the doorway. The woman beamed at her, then called, "Kyle, are you ready to go?" He staggered towards them, arms weighted down with nearly a dozen tomes. "Can I get these?" May laughed. "My, you do like reading, don't you? You'll grow up to be a smart young man. Sandy, he can borrow these books, can't he?" "He'll need a library card," Sandy said. May gave the librarian a pleading sort of look. "We're in a bit of a hurry. You know me, Sandy. I'll make sure they all come back." Sandy sighed and shrugged, and Kyle grinned as Tara took half of his stack. They stepped into the warmer outdoors and followed May back to the jeep. She waited until they were buckled, then turned on the vehicle and began driving back up the twisting road. "I'm sorry I had to take you away early. I realized I left a roast in the oven and need to be back before it burns." "Yeah, no problem," Tara said. May beamed. "We can come back again later. Just, I don't want that woman bothering you." Tara frowned. "Patty? Who was she?" "Oh, no one important. She runs the bakery. I beat her in a pound cake competition a long time ago, and she's disliked me ever since." The creases around May's eyes scrunched up as she smiled. "One of those silly, petty hatreds that silly, petty people fall into. Knowing Patty, she'd either try to interrogate you to dig up dirt on me or try to poison the well by telling you lies. She isn't a kind woman." "Huh." May had looked breathless and dishevelled when she'd interrupted Patty, almost as though she'd run back to the library. "Is Patty really so malicious that May doesn't want her around us?" "Did you find enough books, Kyle?" May asked. "Oh, yeah. Your library isn't as big as ours, but it's got a bunch of super obscure books. I haven't even heard of most of these." Tara peeked at one of the volumes he carried. It looked like a pulp book and was so old that the pages were coming loose. She doubted they would be really good books, based on how mass-market they seemed, but that rarely fazed Kyle. She sometimes believed that he would read a phone book if nothing else was left. They turned into the shadowed driveway. For someone who seemed so gentle, May was an aggressive driver. The jeep rocked as it raced over tree roots and potholes before it finally pulled up in the turning bay. Tara glanced up at the house. One of the upstairs curtains fluttered, either from Peter watching them come home or from a breeze. "It must be time for lunch," May decided, even though it was barely past 11. "Are sandwiches all right? Or would you like something warmer, like a stew or a soup?" "Sandwiches are great." Tara slid out of the back seat, wondering what had happened to the roast May had said was in the oven, then picked up an armful of Kyle's books to help him carry them inside. "I think Peter promised to show you the lake this afternoon." May opened the house's door and stood back to let them in. "Will you be all right amusing yourselves for a bit while I prepare lunch?" "Definitely." The books were heavy, so Tara made for the staircase while May flitted into the kitchen and shook out her apron. Kyle, still revelling in his books, murmured as he followed her, "What a haul! This will last me at least until next week." "Ha!" Tara nudged Kyle's bedroom door open with her back and dumped her books onto the bed. "How do you even remember which ones you've read? Don't they blend together after a while?" "Sure, but what does it matter if I forget a story after a month, as long as I enjoy it while I'm reading it?" "You could be a philosopher, a nerdy philosopher who only knows how to turn pages. Better than a nerdy writer who lives in the internet." "That's fair." Tara snickered as she stretched, then glanced through the door to make sure both May and Peter were still downstairs. "Did you see that lady in the library, Patty?" "Didn't see her. Heard her, though. What did she want?" "I don't know. That's just it. May made it sound like she was trying to extract gossip from me, but it didn't seem that way. She looked kind of worried, like she'd seen something that upset her." Kyle flopped onto his bed and opened the nearest book. Tara, assuming he'd disengaged from the conversation, turned towards the door, but he stopped her on the threshold. If she runs the bakery, what was she doing in the library on a weekday? Wouldn't she be busy cleaning up from breakfast and getting ready for lunch? Tara bit her lip. Could have been her day off. Tom from school has an older brother who owns a bakery. He says they don't take days off. Don't believe everything you hear at school. I speak from experience. At least 80% of it is bold-faced lies. Kyle snickered, but she could see him sinking into the book, so Tara left and followed the narrow hallway back to her own room. He's changing. She closed her bedroom door behind her and gazed at the little blanket fort they'd made. He was never really outgoing, neither of us was. But since Mum's accident, he's talking less, making less jokes, spending more time in his books. It's like he doesn't want to live in the real world anymore. Am I changing too? She rubbed her hands over her jeans and circled around the room, searching for something to distract her from her thoughts. The Polaroid camera, May's present, sat on her dresser. Tara took it and flipped it over, checking inside. It held a full pack of film. She tried photography for a stint when she was 12, and had even won an amateur contest with a luckily timed snap of a bird yawning. It had been years since she'd touched a camera, though, and she'd never used a Polaroid. Some pictures of the farmhouse and its surroundings would add colour to her blog, but neither the Folcrofts nor the library had a scanner. I'll just have to wait until I get home to upload them. The idea that she might not be leaving the Folcrofts for a long time threatened again, and she slipped the camera strap around her neck before Magdalen could sink its claws into her. She skipped down the groaning staircase and past May in the kitchen. "Can I help with lunch?" "Thank you, Tara, that's very sweet of you." May's smile crinkled her eyes as she spread condiments over bread. "But I'm all right here. Go and have some fun." Tara nodded and stepped through the front door. A scattering of grey clouds kept the sun from being too warm, so she zipped her jacket up to her chin as she strode across the lawn. She followed the driveway as far as where the trees opened into the clearing and turned back to take a picture of the house. The building was old and weathered, but it looked almost regal with the woods rising up the mountain behind it. Tara tried to guess which window belonged to her room and which was Kyle's, but there were too many for her to be sure. She lifted the camera to her eye, made sure she'd framed the building properly, and snapped the picture. The camera whirred, and a black Polaroid slid out. Tara stared at the square for a moment, before remembering she wasn't supposed to get light on it, and slipped it into her pocket to develop. She turned and followed the clearing in a circle around the house. Several narrow, overgrown paths speared into the woods, and Tara made a mental note to see where they went later. Soft scraping noises came from behind the house, and as Tara rounded the corner she found the source. Peter dug trenches in the garden. He grunted and nodded as he saw her, and she lifted the camera. "Can I take a picture?" "Sure." He didn't stop to pose, so Tara snapped the shutter mid-dig, hoping it would come out all right. She slid the undeveloped Polaroid into her pocket as she approached her grandfather. "Are you planting something?" "Yep, potatoes here." He dug the shovel into the ground and leaned on it as he waved a hand across the plot. "Carrots are already planted there. Once it's a bit closer to spring, we'll start on the lettuce and herbs." "I'd like to try gardening. We never had room at our old place, just a couple of flower pots on the porch." Peter snorted. "I don't see the point in growing what you can't eat, but May likes flowers, so we always keep a few patches around. You can watch them come out in spring." Tara fidgeted with the camera. "If we get to visit again in spring, sure." Instead of answering, he stomped his foot into the shovel, digging up a fresh clump of dirt. Tara watched for a moment, then continued through the garden, admiring the neatly dug trenches and bare pickets that would hold climbing plants in a few months. She'd nearly circled around the house when she heard May calling from the porch, "Tara, Peter, lunch is ready." May had prepared platters of several kinds of sandwiches, more than the four of them could hope to finish in a meal, along with a pitcher of juice and 2 new types of soft drink for Kyle. "I can always make something warm if you prefer." She fussed around them, filling cups and patting Tara's hair before taking her apron off and settling into her own seat. "It's a cold day after all, and if you want something sweet, I have biscuits in the oven. Peter, how's the garden coming along?" "Good." He chewed on one of the sandwiches and lifted his eyebrows. "Gonna finish the potatoes this afternoon." "You'll have time to take the kids down to the lake, won't you? You promised you would." "Yep, we'll go after lunch." May beamed and patted his hand. "That sounds lovely." They ate quickly, and Peter stood and pulled on his long jacket. He disappeared into the house while Tara and Kyle washed their hands, and when he returned he was carrying a long, sleek rifle. "What?" Tara took a reflexive step away from the gun, bumping into Kyle, who'd moved behind her. Peter snorted, amusement evident in his face. "Don't panic. It's for the cougars, not you." "Is it legal?" "Sure." He didn't elaborate, and Tara wanted to believe him. May came up behind them and rubbed warm hands over their shoulders. "You almost never see the cougars, but it's still wise to have some defense when you're in the forest. Don't be afraid. Grandpa Peter knows what he's doing." "Okay." Tara hoped her voice sounded braver than she felt. She glanced at Kyle and saw he was watching her for cues. She forced a smile for his benefit and squared her shoulders. "Let's go." Chapter 7. The Lake. Peter slung the rifle over his shoulder as he led them around the back of the house. His paces were quick and long, and Tara had to jog to keep up. He took them past the vegetable garden and into one of the trails that wove through the woods. Despite the overcast sky, the pace warmed Tara up quickly, and she tied her jacket around her waist. Peter led them over fallen trees and down steep banks, his long legs making the job look easy, and Tara was breathless by the time the path widened and the ground levelled out. Birds flitted through the trees, and she could hear their wings rustling and muted, quick calls. The crackle of dry leaves betrayed the presence of something larger and heavier just out of sight, and she was suddenly grateful Peter had brought the rifle. Peter seemed unconcerned by their unseen companion. His face was peaceful, and his breathing deep and even. "There it is," Kyle hissed. Tara peered through the thinning trees and saw the sparkle of light on water. The road took a final bend. Then they were at the lake shore. The egg-shaped lake, filled with stunning crystalline blue water, stretched towards the mountains. The ridges rose around it, creating a natural bowl, and the water was perfectly still, except for when a breeze nudged it. "It gets fuller when it rains," Peter said. "It's fed by the Caliph River, which comes down the mountains. There's about 8 different types of fish in it, but only 2 grow big enough to make a proper meal." "It's beautiful," Tara murmured. She moved closer to the lake's edge, but a steep embankment separated her from the water. Peter nodded to their right. "There's a pier down there." Tara and Kyle exchanged a glance. Then they were racing each other to the wooden boards jutting out over the water. Kyle beat her, just barely, and Tara gasped in laughing breaths as she followed him down the dock. Lazy waves created slapping sounds as they hit the pier's supports. Kyle followed it to the end and bent over to peer into the water. Peter's feet made the weathered boards groan as he followed them. "Can both you kids swim?" "Sure," Tara said. "We live near the beach. Mum used to take us there on weekends when she wasn't working." You can swim here too if you like. Just make sure you tell either May or myself first. It's good to have someone who'll keep an eye out." "For the cougars?" Kyle asked. "Or are there, like, crocodiles in the water?" "No crocodiles. Just some leeches." Peter fell quiet for a moment, watching as Tara leant forward to dip her hand in the water. "My sister and I used to swim down here when we were kids. Anna loved the water. My mother used to say she should have been born with gills. We were all shocked when she drowned." Tara, not sure she'd heard him right, turned. He stood just behind them. His eyes had taken on a hint of sadness as he stared across the water. She was 8. We'd finished our chores and had an hour before dinner, so she wanted to go for a swim. I sat right where you are, Kyle, and watched her dive as deep as she could. She went down again and again, pulling up handfuls of seaweed and sometimes little crabs. But then one time, she just didn't come up at all. Kyle had pulled away from the dock's edge and wrapped his arms around his torso. His eyes were huge as he fixated on the rolling blue that suddenly seemed too deep and too dark. "We never found her body," Peter exhaled, sounding much older than he looked. "We searched for days, but the lake has currents, and once something's lost in it, you're not likely to find it again." Tara opened her mouth, but words failed her. "Sometimes I come down here and talk to her. I like to think she stayed with the lake she loved so much, like she's a part of it now." "I want to go home." Kyle's words came out as a whisper, but the air was calm enough that they both heard him clearly. Peter looked at his grandson, faint surprise touching his expression, as though he'd forgotten they were there. "All right." His boots thudded on the pier as he made his way back towards the woods. Tara held her hand out to Kyle. He took it with a grateful sigh and clung to her as they followed Peter back into the woods. The walk back was less relaxing than the earlier hike. The bird calls seemed faintly ominous, and the narrow, winding path felt claustrophobic. Tara was thankful when the trees opened up and they stepped into the clearing. "You kids okay from here?" Peter asked. "I'd like to spend some more time at the lake." Kyle didn't answer, so Tara nodded for him. "Yeah, we're good." He turned and disappeared back into the trees. Tara watched him go, then squeezed Kyle's hand. "He didn't mean to scare you." Kyle's face had taken on an awful grey-green shade. "I never want to go back there again." "You don't have to." He nodded, then let Tara lead him back towards the house. She knew why he was so upset. His imagination was always working, and he would have already relived death by drowning a dozen times since hearing Peter's story about Anna. Peter didn't realize the effect it would have on Kyle. He probably just thought it was an interesting story, a bit of family history. He couldn't have known that sort of stuff gives Kyle nightmares. When they stepped through the front door, the house seemed strangely quiet. May had cleaned away their lunch, but Tara couldn't hear her anywhere else in the house. "Want to go upstairs?" she asked. Kyle nodded. The air in the stairwell felt stuffy and old. Kyle's hand was clammy, and breathing felt harder than normal. She passed the door to her own room, and continued to Kyle's. The bronze handle wouldn't turn. She frowned. "It won't open." "No, it won't." Both she and Kyle twitched from shock. May stood at the top of the staircase, hands folded neatly over her maroon-striped dress. She smiled, but her eyes were strangely emotionless. "We can't go into that room. The door swelled and froze shut some years ago. Kyle's room is the next one along." "Oh, of course, sorry." Tara had forgotten that Kyle's room wasn't next to hers. She turned, Kyle still clinging to her hand, and led him through the correct door. Her heart was beating too quickly, and she pressed a hand to her chest to quiet it. May had followed them silently, something Tara hadn't thought was possible on the creaky staircase. Kyle finally released her hand and went to the bed, where he'd arranged his books in a semicircle. He sat in the middle of them, almost as if they created a physical shield, an opened one. Within seconds he was senseless to the world around him. Tara didn't want to sit alone in her room, so she crossed to the window instead. The forest behind the house took on a darker ambience when the sunlight faded, and she watched as a cluster of black birds flitted out of the trees, circled, and swooped back into the boughs. She closed her eyes and drew in a series of slow, steady breaths. May had said the other room's door was jammed shut. That wasn't true, though. Tara had felt the handle catch when she turned it. The door was locked. Why would she lie about something like that? And what's in the room that she needs to hide it from us? Tara turned back to Kyle. The furrow between his eyebrows told her he was still upset about the lake, though the books seemed to be doing a good job of distracting him. She sat next to him, picked up a volume with a painted dragon on the cover and tried to read. Her eyes glazed over before the end of the second page, so she tossed it back onto the bed and flopped onto her back. Something firm poked at her hip, and Tara felt inside her pocket to find the 2 Polaroid photos she'd taken before lunch. She pulled them out to see how they'd developed. The colours were off, but Tara thought they looked cool. She grinned as she looked between the one showing the house and the photo she'd taken of Peter. A blur in the second photo caught her attention, and she squinted as she held it close to her nose. "Hey, Kyle? Take a look at this. What does it look like to you?" He sighed as he pulled his attention away from the page and held out a hand. Tara gave him the photo, then pointed to the shape behind Peter's shoulder. Kyle's face scrunched up. "I dunno. Looks like you're a rubbish photographer." "Don't be rude. Doesn't it look like a person? There's the head. That bit would be the shoulder." Kyle snorted. "It's a camera glitch." He hesitated, tilted his head to one side and frowned. "What? Do you think it's like—" "I don't know what it is, just that it looks like a person." Tara pulled the photo back her way to re-examine the grey shape. It was smudgy, but it really did give the impression of a tall, thin man, standing a few paces behind Peter. "You're probably right. It must be a glitch. Peter was moving when I took the photo, so maybe that blurred part of it." They both continued to stare at the picture. Kyle worried at his lip. "Those white points would be the eyes. And there's even a fuzzy bit down by Peter's side that looks like a hand. You don't think it could be, like, a ghost, do you?" Tara snatched the photo back, feeling stupid for scaring Kyle again when he'd already had a bad day. "Nah, just a glitch," she insisted, her tone firm. "I think it looks pretty cool, though." "Yeah." He smiled, but his face collapsed back into anxiety within a second. "It is." Chapter 8. Journal. "Don't you like coleslaw, Tara?" Tara startled at her name. She realized she'd been picking at her food and managed to smile. No, it's lovely. Thanks, May. Just a lot on my mind." May made small comforting noises in the back of her throat and ran a hand down Tara's hair. "I know, everything's so different. It's a lot to take in. But you know your Grandpa Peter and I are here to help. We want you to be happy." "Thanks." Tara scooped up a forkful of the coleslaw. May had made it and the dressing from scratch. It tasted worlds apart from the store-bought kind her mother got, and Tara felt a swell of longing for their old home. Sensing May's eyes on her, she tried her hardest to look happy as she ate. It didn't help that Kyle hadn't spoken a word since being called down for dinner. May continued to scrutinize her for a moment, then rose to fill the kettle. "Peter and I were just saying earlier how nice it is to have children in the home again. Family really is the most important thing in the world to us. We want you both to be happy here, especially as we hope you'll be spending a lot more time with us from now on." Her tone was light and happy, but the words dropped a veil of unease over Tara. Kyle seemed to sense the implication as well, and frowned as he swallowed a mouthful of food. Tara cleared her throat. "Maybe Mum can bring us here for holidays." "Yes." May's long fingers folded together as she beamed at him. "Wouldn't that be lovely?" A silence fell over them, but it wasn't the ordinary, comfortable kind. Tara hunted for something to break it with. "I was just thinking, I know almost nothing about you two. Do you work?" May laughed as she fetched teacups and laid them out beside the boiling kettle. "Oh, goodness, no, not for a long time. Peter's parents invested wisely and left him a tidy little nest egg, so we were able to retire early." "What did you do before you retired?" Peter and May exchanged a very brief glance. Then Peter said, "May looked after the house. I did a bit of farm work." "And of course, we've always been very involved with the local community," May said. "Fetes, fundraisers, festivals." Tara put her cutlery back on her plate. "Did you have any other children? Mum didn't talk about siblings." "Sadly, no." The kettle clicked off, and May turned away as she poured the boiling water. "I would have loved more children, but life decided to withhold that blessing. Still, it worked out all right, didn't it? You're both delightful. I've never known such sweet children." She placed a cup beside Tara and stroked her hair again. "I know you must miss your mother dreadfully, but your grandfather Peter will take care of you. Now, would you like to play a game before bed?" Tara's smile felt too tight. "Sure, but can I call the hospital first?" "Of course, my dear, of course." Tara was very aware of May watching her as she went into the sitting room and dialed the rotary phone. She spoke to a new nurse who hadn't been on the ward for long and couldn't tell her much about Chris's condition, only that she hadn't woken. When Tara put the receiver down, May wrapped an arm around her shoulder in a soft hug and gently led her back to the dining room where a new board game had been set up on the table. She tried her hardest to be cheerful during the game. Kyle was no help. He'd withdrawn again, pulling into his own mind until it was a challenge to get even one-word answers out of him. Tara was relieved when the clock hit 9, and May told them it was bedtime. The house seemed to be creaking more than normal. Low, grating groans echoed around them as they climbed the stairs. When Tara met Kyle in the bathroom, she saw spits of rain shining on the window. "Looks like a storm," she said. Kyle scowled as he scrubbed at his teeth with more aggression than they deserved. "Kyle, you okay?" He spat his toothpaste out. "Can I stay in your room again?" "Yeah, of course you can." Lightning arced across the sky, blinding them before fading. Kyle shook with the thunder, and Tara squeezed his shoulder to let him know it was okay. They split up to change, and when Kyle arrived at Tara's room, he was carrying 2 books. "What, not just 1, but 2? He glowered at her defensively. "In case I can't sleep." "Don't think you're keeping the light on all night." Kyle shuffled his bare feet over the floor and Tara sighed. "Come on, our fort's still set up. Grab a blanket and get warm." Tara tried to nap for the following half hour while Kyle read, but the lamplight and the storm made sleep impossible. She finally rolled over and grumbled, "Aren't you ready for bed?" "Not while it's storming." He sat with his back against the bed frame, the quilt draped over his head, and his book propped up against his knees. Tara squinted at him, wondering if it was worth pushing to get the light off. It took her a few seconds to realize Kyle's eyes weren't moving. He's still frightened. She looked towards the window. Rain lashed the glass, and every flash of lightning highlighted the black forest. She chewed her lip, thinking, "What if we block the window? You don't like your windows covered." "I'll survive it for one night." Tara crawled out of their tent and went to the glass. Lightning flashed, and she saw two figures pacing over the lawn. Tara pressed her lips together and leaned forward, trying to see their faces, but as the lightning faded, the figures blended back into the inky darkness. "Is that Peter and May? What are they doing out in the storm? Is something wrong?" She turned back to the fort. Kyle had poked his head through the gap in the quilt, his eyes huge in the lamp's dim light. "Nah," she lied, "just watching the rain." Tara untied the curtains and pulled them together to cover the window. They were made from a thin, gauzy material that didn't do much to block the view. She sucked on the inside of her cheek as she thought, then turned towards the wardrobe and eyeballed its width. "Hey, come and help me move this." "Are we allowed?" "I guess we should be. It's supposed to be my room now." Kyle crawled out of the tent and took one side of the wardrobe. It didn't hold anything except a couple of Tara's shirts and jeans, so they scraped it across the floor without too much trouble. Once they'd lined it up in front of the window, they went to its front and shoved it against the glass. A harsh cracking noise made Tara freeze. She looked down and swore. The base of the wardrobe had broken. Kyle's face fell. "We're going to be in so much trouble." "Shh, I might be able to fix it." Tara got on her hands and knees. One of the boards had come off, and she tried to push it back into place. It caught against something. She pulled the board back and looked behind it. A small black shape had fallen down to block the board, so she fished it out with 2 fingers. "Cool, a book," Kyle said, and Tara had to muffle a laugh. "Trust you to say that." She pushed on the board, felt it lock back into its slot, then picked up the book. It was narrow, barely a pamphlet, but the cover was leather. Dust and decades of grime had stuck to the surface, but when she wiped it clean, she couldn't see any title. "Look on the first page." Kyle had crept up close to her, and his warm breath tickled her neck. She grimaced against the sensation and opened the book to the title page. In dark blue ink, "Christine's Journal, 1985, was written across the page in flowing cursive. Tara gasped and nudged Kyle. "Mum's diary! This used to be her room. She probably hid it in the wardrobe and forgot about it." He jostled her back. "Then turn the page." Tara did. The page was blank. She turned another, then another, and felt her heart sink as she realized the book was blank. She never wrote in it. "Jeez." Kyle slumped back as Tara reached the last page. "You'd think she'd have at least one entry. Dear Diary, I just got you this morning. I promise I'm going to write in you every single day. That's what I put in all of mine before forgetting about them forever." Tara snickered and flipped back to the first page. A shadow by the spine caught her eye, and she opened the book. A series of ragged edges marked where pages had been torn out. "Huh." Kyle bit his thumb. Maybe she didn't forget about it after all. But why'd she tear the pages out? Tara raised an eyebrow. "Unlike you, I have actually kept journals, and honestly, if there was even a tiny chance they'd be read, I'd burn them." "Really? I'd think the whole blogging thing would harden you against that sort of stuff." "Oh, don't worry, plenty of blog posts get deleted too." Tara ran a finger along the ragged edges. "It's a shame she pulled them out. I'd like to know more about what she was like back then." "How old would she have been?" Tara counted back in her mind. 16 or 17, I think." "Shame," Kyle echoed. He kicked away from her and shuffled back into his fort, ostensibly to return to books that had words. Tara sat cross-legged on the bedroom floor for a few more minutes, leafing through the paper and wishing her mother had left something of herself for her children to find. She'd joked with Kyle about destroying her own journals, but something about the situation struck her as unusual. Why remove every page she'd written on, but leave the book behind? Thunder crackled. The wardrobe did its job to mute the noise and block out the light, so Tara opened the lowest drawer and put the journal inside. Suddenly, feeling painfully, achingly lonely, she crept back inside the tent. Chapter 9. Unlocked Doors. Her first thought was that her mother had come home early. But her mother had her own key. She never knocked. Maybe a neighbour needed something? Tara crossed to the front door, passing Kyle stretched out on the couch and reading a book. Her fingers tingled as she reached for the handle. Her mind screamed at her not to open it, that bad things would happen if she did, that there was still time to avert the disaster. But her hand moved on its own. "Tara Kendall?" The police officer's hair was bright red and curly, and barely contained in a ponytail. She smiled, her teeth very white, and dimples appearing in her cheeks, but the expression sent fear rushing into Tara's stomach. "What happened?" Her partner, a tall, flat-faced man, clasped his hands behind his back as he tilted his head towards her. "There's been an accident." Tara twitched awake. Cold sweat drenched her and made her shiver. She felt behind herself, found the lamp and turned it on. Kyle slept on his side with his knees tucked under his chin. His breathing was slow and even, and Tara watched him as she waited for her pounding heart to slow. The storm had calmed, at least. She could hear rain beating against the house's side, but the thunder and lightning had stopped, and the wind no longer rattled the building. Tap, tap, tap. Tara crept to the quilt tent's opening and squinted at the door. A noise echoed from the other side, making her imagine fingernails being scraped against the surface. "May?" The noise continued. Tara glanced at Kyle's sleeping form a final time, then shimmied out of the tent. The night was cold, and she wrapped her arms around herself as her breath plumed from her lips. Tap, tap, tap. "May? Peter? Is that you?" The tapping was accompanied by a soft shuffling. Tara hesitated, then forced herself to walk towards the door. Her mind was filled with awful possibilities. The previous year, one of the blogger friends had written about his mother's stroke. She'd fallen in the bathroom, and mute and unable to walk, she could only knock on the door until someone heard. Tara's mind constructed the image of May collapsed on the ground, her body twisted and her eyes locked open as she scrabbled at the door, silently pleading for help. Fear tasted bitter on her tongue, and she swallowed, reaching a hand forward. The air was still, almost suffocatingly close. Her lungs burnt as she inhaled. She touched the cold metal handle, fastened her fingers around it, and turned it. The tapping noise fell silent as the door gently swung open. Tara stared into the dim hallway but couldn't see anyone. A low, grating groan made her gasp. The door next to hers, the locked door, drifted open, its hinges wailing in protest. Fear clawed its way through Tara's body. Part of her wanted to wake Kyle so that she could have company, but she knew that would only make it worse. He would be terrified. "May?" She whispered the words. "Peter? Is that you?" No reply came from the open door. Tara could barely see inside from where she stood. Thin moonlight painted shimmers of light over some kind of furniture. She thought she saw a rocking chair. Was there someone sitting in it? She squinted and took a step closer. The door slammed closed. Tara sucked in a gasp and pressed her hand over her mouth. The bang echoed through the old building. 1,000 reverberations surrounded Tara before finally fading.
"Is something wrong, my dear?"
Tara turned. May stood at the top of the stairway. Her long grey hair hung in sheets around her shoulders, and her white nightdress appeared grey in the flickering light of her candle. Her face, normally so warm, was flat and filled with dark shadows. Tara's tongue was too dry to make a noise. She mutely shook her head. May didn't move for a moment. Then a smile softened her expression.
"You must have had a bad dream. Storms sometimes do that."
She stepped forward, hand extended, and ushered Tara into her bedroom.
"Go back to sleep and try not to wake your brother."
"Okay." Tara's mind burned with questions. What's in the room? Why did the door open? Why wasn't May sleeping? But her head was still filled with echoes from the slamming door, and her tongue felt numb. She let May nudge her back into her room.
"Tara?"
May stopped in the doorway, her candle casting strange shadows over her face and brightening her eyes.
"Stay in your room until morning, all right?"
She swallowed. "All right."
"Good night, my dear."
The door clicked closed, and Tara, certain she wouldn't be able to sleep, crept back into her tent. Kyle's eyebrows pulled together as he rolled over in his sleep. As Tara pulled a blanket around herself, she was grateful that she had Kyle to stop her from feeling alone. Chapter 10. Clean-up. Tara dozed patchily, but woke before Kyle. Cooking sounds coming from downstairs told her May was awake, so she gathered clothes and changed in the bathroom. Thick fog had developed following the rain, and Tara couldn't see anything except white through the window. A deeply stuck worry about what May might say about the locked room had dogged Tara through her dreams, but when she entered the kitchen, she was pulled into a brief hug before being shooed towards the table.
"Here,"
May said, her smile indulgent.
"I cooked a special congratulations on surviving the storm breakfast. I hope you like bacon."
Along with bacon were pancakes, fried eggs, fritters, and platters of fresh fruit. Tara's mouth watered. "Wow, thanks." Kyle appeared in the doorway, scratching at his messy, mousy hair and blinking in the light. Peter wasn't at the table, but as Tara sat down, she caught sight of him pacing through the mist at the front of the house. May took her seat, smoothing her skirts down, and picked up her cup of tea.
"Eat while it's warm, my dears. I'll cook a cake later. I think we need it today. You must have had uneasy sleeps. The storm passed right over us. It certainly kept me awake."
Tara glanced at Kyle. He seemed strangely subdued. Maybe he hadn't slept as well as she'd thought. Peter passed the window again, his arm full of spindly branches and leaves. Tara tilted her head to the side as she watched. "What's Peter doing?"
"He's seeing what's broken and cleaning up a bit. Some trees came down last night."
Tara was feeling antsy, and the idea of burning some energy outside appealed much more than it would have if she'd had a computer. "Kyle and I can help. I don't really know about fixing stuff, but I can haul branches."
"Oh, you're sweet," May laughed. "I'm sure he'd love some company. Just don't overexert yourself and finish your breakfast first."
"Sure." Tara shoveled food into her mouth, eating as quickly as she could without being rude, then nudged Kyle. "You ready?"
"Okay."
He blinked twice, his grey-green eyes unusually serious. Tara brought her plate to the sink, then hesitated. But first..." May gave an encouraging nod.
"Yes, go and phone your mother, my dear. I hope she's feeling better today."
Tara hurried into the sitting room. As she lifted the receiver to her ear, she was met with a dull dial tone. She frowned, pressed several buttons without success, and turned back to the kitchen. "The phone's not working."
"Perhaps a tree fell over the line. If that's the case, Peter will have a look at it."
She nodded, then waited by the door for Kyle to zip up his jacket. As they stepped out of the house, tendrils of mist wrapped around them, and Tara blew out a wavering breath.
"Icy?"
"Yeah. Tara?" Kyle broke off as Peter emerged through the fog, dragging a massive branch behind him. He nodded to them, and Tara matched his pace.
"Can we help?"
"If you want. Pick up the branches around the house and pile them over there." Dozens of felled tree limbs and fractured sticks littered the grass, and Tara filled her arms as she followed Peter towards the pile of debris he'd been building.
"I didn't realize the storm was so bad."
We don't get them often, but they do a fair bit of damage when they come." He dropped his branch and turned back towards the house. "Not too much work this time. A few missing shingles and a cracked window. Could have been worse."
Tara hurried to keep pace with him. "The phones seemed to be out as well. May said a line might have come down."
"That's exactly what happened. I'll see about having it fixed, but it'll likely be a few days." Tara's heart plunged. Not being able to ask about her mother that morning was painful enough. She wasn't sure she could cope with days of radio silence. Peter glanced at her and snorted. "Stop fretting, child. There's a payphone in town. Ask May nicely enough and I'm sure she'll take you." He bent to pick up a branch thicker than Tara's arm, slung it over his shoulder, and began dragging it back to the pile. "She adores the two of you."
"She's been really kind," Tara said quickly. "You both have."
He grunted. Tara, not willing to let the conversation drop, gathered more debris as she kept pace with her grandfather.
"I saw you and May outside during the storm last night. Did something happen?"
He sent her a quick glance, then shrugged. "It's important to shutter the windows, stop them from breaking."
"Oh."
He was walking quickly, and Tara had to jog to keep up.
"You should have woken Kyle and me. We could have helped."
His laughter was like a hacking bark. "No, May would have had a fit. It was too dangerous for kids." Tara pursed her lips.
"I'm 15.
"Still a kid," he insisted. "You don't get to be considered an adult until you can live on your own." Kyle wanted us to stay by ourselves while Mum was in hospital. We could have too. Probably would have if Mrs. Jennings hadn't butted in. Tara knew the argument would have no power, so she swallowed it and dumped her branches on the pile. Peter straightened, pulled a cloth from his pocket, and used it to wipe mingling perspiration and condensation from his face. "Wish this mist would clear."
"Yeah."
Tara frowned through the swirling white soup. She hadn't seen Kyle in several minutes. Faint unease niggled at her, and as Peter returned to hauling branches, she stepped into the fog. The landscape was disorienting. When the mist swirled, trees and rocks blurred in and out of focus, creating the impression that they were moving. Tara squinted against the grey as she circled around the house, one hand brushing the stone corner as she passed it. The vegetable garden was barely visible. Only the tall, empty stakes identified it. They poked out of the earth like blackened matchsticks, and a figure paced amongst them. Tara exhaled a breath as she moved forward.
"Kyle, what are you—"
The dark shape turned towards her, and Tara's words trailed off. It wasn't Kyle. The figure stood nearly a head taller than she was, despite its bowed shoulders. Long fingers twitched at its side as it tilted its head to regard her. Pit-black eyes, the only clear feature, shone in its sunken face. A breeze moved the mist, making it swirl. A thick clump blocked out the figure, and when the mist cleared, the garden was empty. Tara tried to make a noise, but fear squeezed her throat closed and made it painful to breathe. She staggered away from the empty lawn, frantically scanning the space for motion as her heart knocked against her ribs and her fingers turned numb. Her back hit something solid. She looked over her shoulder and saw she'd walked into one of the pine trees that grew around the house. The wood was damp and held little patches of spider webs, but Tara dug her fingers into it, grateful for something solid and real in the realm of swirling mist.
"That wasn't Peter. It wasn't May. It wasn't Kyle. Whatever it was, it can't be natural."
Memories of the smudged photograph resurfaced, and the shape behind Peter became much, much harder to explain. Tara looked to her right. The house's corner wasn't far away, and beyond that, she would find the front door and the relative safety of indoors. She gave the garden a final fearful scan, then dashed for the porch. Running through the mist felt worse than walking. The tendrils seemed to grab at her like invisible icy fingers. She skidded around the building's corner, her sneakers digging clumps of grass out of the wet ground, and nearly collided with a body. Kyle, his arms full of branches, gaped at her as he staggered back. "What you doing?" "Kyle!" Relief drained Tara, and she bent forward, one hand pressed to her racing heart, as she tried to re-oxygenate her body. She couldn't speak for a moment, and when she did, the words came out harsher than she'd meant. "I was looking for you. Where were you?" "Looking for you?" he shot back. "I can't see anything in this mist." Tara, still bent, shook her head. "I saw something. I don't know what. It was like a person. It turned to look at me, but then it just vanished." "What? You mean it disappeared into the fog?" "Yeah, it was there 1 second, then it disappeared." Kyle dropped his armful of branches and shifted uncomfortably, his face screwing up as he scanned their surroundings. Tara had meant to warn him, not frighten him, but the end result was the same. "It wasn't really clear." She forced herself to stand straight, despite the stitch digging in her side. "Maybe it was just a thick patch of fog, or my eyes playing tricks on me." His eyebrows were pulled low over his eyes. "I want to go back inside." "Me too. I hate this fog. Let's go." As she turned, she felt a slight tug on her jacket. Kyle had taken hold of it. Tara mentally slapped herself. She hadn't meant to upset him. He'd seemed uneasy that morning, and talking about shapes appearing and vanishing in the mist wasn't going to help. But maybe it's good for him to be wary of the mist. Her mind reconstructed the image. A man, tall but with bowed shoulders, standing amongst the freshly turned ground. The fog had blocked out everything except its silhouette. And then it had just vanished. Tara tried to swallow, but her mouth was dry. They found the porch's steps and moved into the relative safety of the house. Tara inhaled deeply once she was inside, glad to be out of the suffocating white.
"Tara? Kyle, is that you?"
"Yes," Tara answered, as May appeared in the kitchen's doorway. She beamed at them.
"I'm glad you came back inside. It's too hard to see out there. You could trip and break your necks. Instead, you can help me with my cake."
She wiggled her eyebrows.
"It's apple and walnut."
Chapter 11. Walnut. Kyle looked as though he wanted to say something, but he clamped his mouth shut. He followed Tara into the kitchen, where May was bent over the oven.
"Wash your hands, children, then start mixing the dry ingredients in the bowl. The recipe's on the bench."
Tara obediently scrubbed her hands in the sink, but her thoughts were worlds away from the mixing bowl and implements on the table. She looked through the window at Peter's faint outline as he dragged branches across the lawn. He blared in and out of the mist, and the sight made her shiver. "I have to ask." "May?" The woman's attention was on her task of greasing the cake pan, but Tara knew she was listening. "Have you ever encountered something strange? Something you can't explain?" May placed the pan down. It made a solid clunk on the wooden table, and for a moment that was the only sound in the kitchen. Then she said,
"What did you see?"
Tara licked her dry lips. She realized she was still scrubbing the tea towel over her hands, even though they were thoroughly dry, and forced herself to hold still. "I don't know. A man in the mist, I think. I don't know."
"Ah, I see."
May smiled as she measured the flour.
"Do you believe in ghosts?"
Tara didn't have an answer, so instead sent the question back. "Do you?" May resealed the flour container. She set it aside and rested her palms on the bench top as she answered carefully.
There was a time when I didn't. But then I saw some things not unlike what you glimpsed yourself. And now I suppose I try to keep an open mind.
Oh, was all Tara managed to say. Kyle glanced between them, his face pale and eyes huge. Is this house haunted?
Goodness, you have such an imagination.
May laughed and reached for the sugar.
I wouldn't go that far. If the dead linger, they certainly don't like to show themselves. I never saw anything conclusive, only hints and whispers.
Tara pulled up a seat and leaned on the table. What do you mean by that? What things did you see?
A glimpse of motion in the forest, a sound that might have been either a bird or a girl calling my name.
May measured out a teaspoon of nutmeg and dropped it into the mix.
Even if our ancestors do stay here, it's nothing to be alarmed by. I like to imagine they're watching over us and keeping us safe, like guardian angels.
Kyle still looked unsettled, but less horrified than he had before. Tara was grateful. Unlike Peter, May had a soft touch and seemed to know how to calm Kyle.
Are ghosts real? That man in the fog, there 1 second and gone the next? There's no physical explanation for it. I can't imagine my eyes were playing tricks. Is that it then? Definitive proof? And if so, is May right? Are they gentle guardians watching over us? Tara, would you bring me the milk from the fridge?
May waved a spoon at her.
All of this talk of ghosts is turning my helpers into distracted spectators.
Oh, right. Tara ran to fetch the carton, then made herself focus on the task at hand, while Peter's silhouette continued to move past the window. Once the cake was in the oven, May gave both Tara and Kyle a spoon each to lick, then undid her apron.
I have a few little jobs to take care of. Will you two be able to amuse yourselves for an hour?
Definitely. Kyle tugged on Tara's sleeve as he shot her a sideways glance. I want to take a walk in the woods. Will you come with me?
You want to... in the woods?
Tara couldn't keep the surprise off her face. She'd never known her brother to willingly neglect a book in favour of nature. He scowled at her.
I want to see where the paths go.
Well, sure. It's okay, isn't it, May?
Stay within calling distance, she said, and be back within the hour. The cake should be ready then.
Kyle tugged his jacket on, then led the way outside. Tara hadn't seen him so enthusiastic about anything in a long time, and she had to jog to match his pace as they crossed the lawn. What's gotten into you?
Shh, he hissed back. I've been trying to talk to you alone all morning, you ditz. Didn't you get any of my hints?
Oi, don't be mean. She pulled a face. And what hints?
I was winking.
Well, you might want to work on your technique. I didn't notice. He grumbled something under his breath, then stopped at the edge of the forest. They both turned back towards the house. The mist was thinning, but it still hung in tendrils across the ground. Peter was barely visible by the side of the building.
What's the matter?
Tara asked.
Just making sure we're not being followed. Come on.
Kyle pulled his jacket up around his throat and hunched his shoulders as he stomped into the woods. The atmosphere was wholly different compared to when they'd followed the trails with Peter. The area felt calmer and quieter, almost lonely. Tara stuffed her hands into her pockets and shivered when drops of water hit her neck and trickled under her jacket. Kyle's behaviour was starting to unnerve her. Okay, we're far enough away. They won't hear us. What happened? Kyle sent a final glance down the path behind them, then slowed his pace to a shuffle.
I had a dream last night. I guess it was really more of a nightmare. Do you remember how when we were younger we stayed with one of Mum's work friends?
Vaguely. Tara pursed her lips. Her name was Sue, wasn't it? We spent like 3 weeks there.
Do you remember why we visited? Because she was a friend? Kyle scowled at her, and Tara huffed out a breath. Well, obviously you remember, so quit playing 20 questions and just tell me. He dug his fingers into his hair. The frustration twisting his face made Tara feel guilty for being so flippant. I'm trying to separate memories from imagination. I've got to know I'm not making this up. Tara squeezed his shoulder. Okay, take it slow. Tell me what you remember, and I'll tell you if I can remember it too. It happened ages ago. He closed his eyes and tilted his head towards the canopy. Sometimes at night, I'd hear a noise outside my window. I'd sit up and look outside and see a man standing there looking up at me. I'd scream and wake Mum up, but when she looked, the man was gone. She'd tell me it was just a dream. Yeah, I remember that. You'd cry when she tried to put you to bed because you were afraid the man would be there. And he couldn't make eye contact. Was it a dream? Tara tried to think back. She remembered it happening not long after Kyle started school, which meant she would have been 10 and Kyle 6. They'd shared a room, and 4 nights in a row Kyle's screams had woken her. Probably. Mum made you return a bunch of books to the library because she thought one of them was causing it. You never saw anything? Tara shook her head. The window had been on Kyle's side of the room, but when she'd looked through, she'd only seen the narrow alley running beside their second-floor apartment. You said he stood under our window in the street lamp light, but it always happened around midnight. You must have been asleep. I used to read under the covers. You still do, and fall asleep with your torch left on. Where's this going? I'd forgotten about it until last night. I had a dream about it. More of a nightmare, I guess. It was so vivid, and I could see the man's face clearly. It looked a lot like Peter's. Tara stopped walking. You're saying the phantom man under your window was Peter? I don't... He flapped his arms, frustrated. I don't know. That's why I'm trying to find out what you recall. When we first met Peter, I thought his face looked familiar. But am I remembering something that actually happened? Or was the man outside my window just a dream? It's got to be a dream, surely. Kyle turned his wide, helpless eyes towards her, begging for some form of confirmation. I saw the man 4 days in a row. And then, on the last day, Mum took us to visit her friend, Sue. You remember that, don't you? Yes. Memories rushed back to Tara, and they spread uneasiness through her insides like cold cement. She remembered being shaken awake by her mother. Did I forget to tell you? I promised to visit Sue this weekend. Come on, grab some clean clothes. We need to go now. Tara licked her lips. We drove 3 hours in the middle of the night. I was so irritable, we barely even knew Sue, and she didn't have a room ready for us or anything. Kyle was nodding, watching Tara intently. And we stayed there for ages, for no reason, and Mum kept making phone calls late at night and would get angry if I tried to listen in on them. The path took a bend and began trending downhill. Tara followed it without paying attention to where she was stepping. What are you thinking? That the man was real? That Mum saw him one night and we fled? It didn't seem strange at the time, but we missed 3 weeks of school, and we stayed with someone we barely knew, even though her place was smaller than ours. Tara rubbed at the back of her neck. She only let us live with her for 3 weeks, but then we moved to a new apartment not much later. Do you remember? It was the one above the Chinese shop. We only stayed there for like 6 months before moving to where we live now. He looked like Peter, Kyle said, his tone decisive. Same face shape, same eyes. Fear and frustration were crowding Tara's brain. She rubbed her hands over her face and took a slow breath as she tried to think. One part of her said, You're the responsible one. Don't get carried away with conspiracy theories. The other half said, If this is true, it's really, really bad. She struggled to find a rational middle ground. "Are you sure you saw Peter's face? Or was that just how the man looked in last night's dream?" Kyle shrugged. "Kinda sure. Not totally." They followed another bend in the path. Tara knew they were starting to drift too far from the house, but she wasn't ready to turn around. "There's something else." Kyle flicked his eyes towards her, then averted them. "Okay, I'm listening." "How did May and Peter know we needed somewhere to stay?" "What do you mean?" "Well, if they had no contact with Mum, how did they know about her accident? Did Mrs. Jennings call them? Or did they call the hospital? Or what?" Tara bit her lip. "There's probably a database or something. Next of kin contact details. The hospital would have phoned them and somehow they got in touch with Mrs. Jennings." "Mum never spoke about them. She never called them, never visited. They may as well have not existed. Would the hospital really have their contact details on her record?" "I don't know." Tara tried not to let frustration into her voice. "What's the alternative?" "Dunno. It's just weird." He scowled at his sneakers. "All of this is weird. You're the one who phones the hospital to ask how Mum's doing. They haven't checked on her even once. It's like they don't care about her. And they keep talking like we're going to spend a lot of time here, when everyone at the hospital was only saying it would be for a few days." Queasiness threaded through Tara's stomach. She folded her arms over her chest and breathed through her nose. "This probably doesn't mean anything. It's a bunch of coincidences layered on top of each other. There's no way May and Peter want Mum to be hurt. She's their daughter." Kyle shrugged but kept his gaze on the ground. "Let's go back. I don't want to get in trouble for being out too long." They'd wandered farther than Tara had intended. The trees grew thick and high above them, blotting out the natural light and making the day feel 5 degrees colder. Patches of oddly coloured mushrooms grew around the stumps, and lichen drooped off the boughs in heavy shawls. Tara shivered and turned. "Yeah, let's go." They took 2 steps, then Kyle pulled up short. Tara turned back to him, hoping he didn't have another revelation to cram into her already full brain, but he wasn't looking at her. His owlish eyes were fixed on the space behind her as colour bled out of his cheeks. "Graves." "What?" Tara followed his gaze to a shadowed hollow inside a cluster of pines. 2 slate-grey tombstones poked out of the dark earth. Chapter 12. The Interred. "No way!" Tara stepped closer to the graves and tried to read their names in the dim light. "Tara?" Panic bled into Kyle's voice. He hung back and Tara waved to him. "Just stay there a moment. I want to know who they are." The stones were rough and worn. Unlike the markers she'd seen in cemeteries, they looked hand-chiselled. She knelt to get closer and squinted as she read the uneven words in the stone. Petra, 1975. George, 1975. They don't have surnames. "Tara, you're on the graves." "Oh!" She scooted backwards. A slight slope was all that remained to show where the graves lay. Weedy grass and a lily-shaped vine covered the dirt. I wonder who they were. May and Peter would have to know about them, right? This is part of their property, and they've lived here since before the 70s. I want to go home. Kyle's voice was a tight whine. Tara turned and frowned. "You're not scared, are you? They're just graves." "Graves belong in cemeteries, not in homes." He sounded close to crying. Tara rose, dusted dirt off her jeans, then put an arm around Kyle's shoulders. "Sorry, let's go back to the house." Kyle gradually calmed as they followed the winding path back to the house, but he was still sniffling as they stepped into the clearing. "Come on," Tara said, and squeezed his shoulders. "Everything's okay. You know that, right? You've got me with you. I won't let anything bad happen." "Yeah," he mumbled, but she felt him shake as they neared the building.
Tara tried to keep her voice bright and her face clear, but the walk had left her feeling jangled. She couldn't stop replaying the conversation. If Kyle really saw Peter below his window when he was a child, what does that mean? He was only 5. Is his memory even accurate? May met them on the porch and cooed when she saw Kyle's blotchy face. "What happened, my dear? You didn't hurt yourself, did you?" Kyle didn't answer, so Tara shrugged. "We found, some graves, I guess." It startled Kyle. "Oh." May's eyes widened a fraction. Then a warm smile covered the surprise as she wrapped an arm around Kyle's shoulders. He stiffened but didn't try to pull away as May led him into the house. "You poor thing. That must have been a shock. Sit down. The cake's just cooling, but you can have a slice with ice cream. That should help." Tara inhaled as she followed them into the house. The kitchen smelt amazing. She slid into the chair beside Kyle, who'd fixed his eyes on the white cloth. Tara bumped his foot under the table. "Don't be rude." His scowl intensified. "Here we are." May put generous pieces of the cake into bowls and began scooping the ice cream. "I didn't expect you to get so far from the house. You found your great-grandparents, my dears, Petra and George Folcroft, Peter's parents." "Why did you bury them here?" Tara asked. "Why not in a cemetery?" "A few reasons." May handed out the plates, then took her seat opposite Tara. She'd only given herself a small cube of the cake on the side of her teacup. "The town was much smaller at that time. There were really only a handful of families settled here, and the graveyard was very lonely and not a welcoming place. Peter and I discussed it, and decided Petra and George would have been happiest staying near the house they'd built and on the land they loved." She shrugged. "The Folcrofts have always been a close family. It didn't feel right to relegate them to some stranger's land where they were never visited. This way we can keep them close and never forget them." Kyle shivered, but Tara couldn't tell if it was because of the graves or the ice cream he was shoveling into his mouth. Tara folded her arms on the tabletop. "Were they nice people?" "Oh, the nicest. Even though I'd only married into the family, they made me feel like I was their daughter. George loved to garden. He spent hours in the patch behind the house every day. He grew the biggest pumpkins I've ever seen. And Petra had such a big heart. I still have some of the clothes she knitted and the tablecloths she crocheted. I wish you could have known them." Tara glanced at Kyle to make sure he was okay with the conversation. As far as she could tell, he'd tuned them out to focus on his cake. "Did Mum know them?" "Very briefly, though she wouldn't remember it. She wasn't quite 2 when they passed away." Tara remembered that the year of death, 1975, was only a year after her mother's birthday. She licked her lips. "Tell me about Mum. What was she like when she was growing up?" "Oh," May laughed and clasped her hands below her chin. "She was such a fiery child. Always thought she knew best and always getting into trouble. I was heartbroken when she left. But children can't stay children forever, can they? Peter and I always knew she'd move through life like a shooting star, burning so brightly that people would stop and watch." Tara examined May's face as she talked. Her eyes sparkled, and her cheeks glowed with emotion. Part of the uneasiness that had grown that morning subsided. Kyle was wrong. May still loves her daughter. She still misses her. "When she's better, I hope we can all come back to visit," Tara said. "Yes." May's voice took on a dreamy quality. "The whole family together again. I would like that very much." The front door creaked. Then Peter appeared in the entryway, looking tired as he stretched. May bounced up to put the kettle on and slice him some of the cake. "How are you faring out there?" "Good and bad," he grunted, as he took his seat and scratched through his steel-grey hair. "The house is safe, but there are trees down blocking the driveway. I'll get the chainsaw out this afternoon, but it'll take a few hours to clear the path. Should be done by tomorrow. Then you can take the kids to use the payphone."
"What a good idea," May said. "Will you be all right waiting until then, my dears?"
"Yes," Tara said, then hesitated. "Or maybe we could try our mobiles?" "They won't work," Peter said. "No signal, but I'll clear the road as quickly as I can." Tara glanced at Kyle, who still wouldn't look up from his plate. "I really appreciate that, thanks." The afternoon passed slowly. Tara offered to help Peter with removing the fallen trees, but May refused to let her be around the chainsaw. The night of missed sleep eventually caught up to her, and she napped inside the quilt tent, while Kyle steadily processed the collection of books. Her dreams were fragmented and disquieting, and more than once she pictured herself standing at the window of their old apartment and staring down at a shadowed man lurking in the alley below. May served pasta and meatballs for dinner. Tara chatted with her grandparents through the meal, and happily answered their questions about her school and her friends, then delved into an explanation of how blogs worked. May listened enthralled, and called her remarkably clever, but Tara was fairly sure she still didn't understand the concept. Neither Peter nor May seemed interested in technology beyond radios and cars. Kyle was silent and sullen through dinner. When they finally met in the bathroom to brush their teeth, she said, "What's up with you?" "They're lying." He spoke around a mouthful of frothing toothpaste. "They don't really miss Mum. They're just saying what they think we want to hear."
"That's ridiculous."
Tara rinsed her toothbrush, dropped it back into the cup, then folded her arms. "You know what I think? The new house and new routine are hard to get used to. You're absorbing all of that anxiety and turning it into paranoia. Now you've built a bad dream and a couple of offhand words into this crazy conspiracy theory. May and Peter have been nothing but generous and kind, and you're refusing to even talk to them. It's rude." "Fine." He slammed the tap off. His lip was quivering, which was always a bad sign. "You can have your stupid thought to yourself. I'll stay in my own room tonight." "Now you're being petulant." He sent her an intense, furious glare, then stalked out of the bathroom. Tara twitched as the door slammed, then rubbed a hand over her face.
"I'm not wrong, am I?"
Chapter 13. Charcoal. Tara glowered at the floor as she made her way back to her room. "I'm doing a garbage job of looking after Kyle. He needs his real mother. She'd know what to say to make him relax." She tried to picture her mother's face. The memory was blurry, and some of the details felt off. Shock squeezed at Tara's heart. "I can't be forgetting what she looks like. It's only been 4 days." As she scrambled to pull back all of the details that made up her mother, chestnut hair, eyebrows that pulled up when she smiled, wide lips counterbalanced by a long nose, the tattoo ringed around her upper arm, another more recent image resurfaced. The familiar face swollen and mottled as it lay on the hospital whites. Tara grimaced. She wanted to cry, but sound travelled in the house, so she clenched her teeth to keep herself quiet as she entered her room. Her tent had been dismantled. The chair and bedside table that had held the quilt up were pushed to opposite sides of the room, and the wardrobe no longer blocked the window. The furniture hadn't been moved back to its usual place, but shoved away haphazardly as though in anger. Mouth open, Tara stared at the scene. Her first thought was Kyle, but she'd heard him go to his room after their fight. Did May do this then? Or Peter? Tara picked up the limp quilt, then let it drop back onto the floor. The idea of a blanket fort suddenly seemed childish and stupid. Maybe that was why her grandparents had dismantled it, as a message that it wasn't acceptable behaviour. More tears prickled at her eyes. She scrunched her face up to keep them inside as she lifted the mattress back onto the bed and returned the dresser to its correct place. The wardrobe was too heavy for her to move herself, but on impulse, she opened it and retrieved the journal from the floor. She and Kyle had only a couple of minutes to pack before leaving for their grandparents. They'd brought clothes, toiletries and books, but neither had thought to bring anything that belonged to Chris. The journal was the closest thing Tara had. She placed it on the bed next to her, curled into a ball, and stared at the leather cover as she tried to remember only the nicest memories she had of her mother. Sleep took a long time to come, and when it did it was filled with more uneasy dreams. She was running through a forest as a man with a rifle stalked her. Just as she thought she'd escaped, she looked down and saw she was racing along a dock. Water trapped her on 3 sides, and the man came out of the woods behind, rifle raised. Tara pulled to a halt at the end of the dock and saw a girl's face staring out of the water, her mouth open as she begged to be released from her grave. Tara jolted awake. She felt sick and bent over her lifted knees as she waited for her stomach to quiet and her heart to slow. The clock on her bedside table said it was nearly 1 in the morning. Moonlight glossed over a white shape, and Tara saw the journal lay open beside her. Did I open it in my sleep, or did it fall open with my tossing? She picked it up with sweaty fingers. The row of torn page stubs created a jagged shadow running down the journal's centre. Moonlight landed on the paper. What would have been the next page for an entry? And Tara's eyebrows pulled up. The sheet had tiny, faint shadows over it, almost like words. The pen must have indented the page below the one it was writing on. Excitement built inside Tara. She carefully rotated the book as she tried to make out the imprinted words. It was impossible. The lines were too faint to make out letters. She threw off her bedsheets, wrapped her dressing gown over her pyjamas, then took the book and stepped into the hallway. If I can find a pencil or some charcoal, I might be able to make a rubbing of it. She looked towards Kyle's room. A faint light under his door told her he'd fallen asleep with his lamp on. Guilt hit her, but she swallowed and turned towards the staircase. I shouldn't have snapped at him. He's scared and confused, and he needs an ally. I don't want to wake him, but I'll apologize tomorrow. Tara hung to the stair's outer edge to minimize the creaks, but they were still noisy enough to make her grimace. She stepped into the hallway and pressed her lips together as she considered her options. She still hadn't seen the entire house. A study or workroom would probably have normal pencils, but Tara needed something softer that would leave graphite on a page without crushing the indents. She doubted either May or Peter owned soft art pencils. There weren't any artworks hung on the walls, but she decided to look for some anyway. Tara tried the first door she came across, which led to a tidy laundry. Beyond that was the dining room with a table long enough to seat 8. The area was clearly long untouched, suggesting May and Peter preferred to eat in the more cheery kitchen. The 3rd, 4th and 5th doors were all locked. She couldn't guess why so much of the building had been barricaded, but it made her feel uneasy. The final door she tried let her into a lounge area. Overstuffed armchairs were grouped around a fireplace, but like the dining room, it seemed to be a part of the house that wasn't visited often. The fireplace was a good sign, though, and Tara hurried to kneel in front of it. The hearth had been cleaned since its last use, but a layer of soot coated the internal stone wall. Tara opened her mother's journal, tore a page out of the back, and laid it on top of the sheet that held the precious indents. Then, moving as slowly and as carefully as she could, she scooped some of the soot off the wall and brushed her fingers over the page. A creak made her startle and smudge some of her work. Mouthing furious words, Tara twisted to look behind her. The room was empty. The doorway was a black cave, hiding countless tangled shadows, but she couldn't see any movement in them. It must have been the wind. She turned back to the paper. The rubbing wasn't clear, but to Tara's delight, Patchy words had started to appear. She continued moving her fingers until she'd gone over the entire page, then held it up as she tried to read it. 2 words appeared to her immediately: lies and parents. Tara worked to piece together the broken patches of light and dark around them. Her mother's teenage scrawl was only faintly reminiscent of her neat adult writing. The words seemed to run off the lines in some places. Tara wondered if that was how Chris normally wrote, or whether it was a result of heightened emotions. From what she could glean from the entry, Chris had been furious when she wrote it. They finally admitted. Lies. All these years, my parents. Tara tilted the page, trying to get more moonlight on it. There was a gap in the words, then a phrase written near the base of the page. To leave. Anywhere is better than here. The ghosts. Restless. Tara tried to quiet her buzzing mind. Chris must have seen ghosts at the house too. Was it possible they were more prevalent than May had implied? A soft exhale made Tara swivel. A woman stood in the doorway. Her white nightdress swirled in a non-existent wind, and her hands hung limply by her sides. Tara collapsed backwards, her heart thundering, and pressed her hand across her mouth. The woman stood frozen in the entryway for a beat, then stepped into the room. Her glassy eyes focused on one of the windows. Moonlight fell across her face, and Tara sucked in a quick breath. May? May didn't respond to her name, but continued walking towards the window. She passed so close that Tara could have reached out and touched her flowing nightdress. Her face was slack, her eyes wide and unfocused, and her breathing slow. She's sleepwalking. Tara staggered to her feet, the journal and charcoal page clutched to her chest, and backed away from the older woman. May stopped at the window and pressed her fingertips to the glass. Mother. The word, so quiet that Tara almost didn't catch it, left a patch of condensation on the glass. Tara kept shifting away as she reached one hand behind her to feel for the doorway. Icy cold fingers brushed hers, and Tara gave a choked cry as she turned. The space behind her was empty. May continued to stare through the window, but Tara was certain she could feel eyes fixed on her, watching her, following every motion. She turned and ran for the stairs, not caring about staying quiet anymore. She dashed up the steps 2 at a time, her heart thundering in her throat and fear making her skin prickle. She passed her own room and continued to Kyle's, only catching herself as she skidded to a halt beside the door. Kyle! She kept her voice to a whisper as she tapped on the wood. Someone moved inside, then the door opened. Kyle, his face pale, blinked up at her. Couldn't you sleep either? She shook her head. He stepped back so that she could enter his room, and she saw he still had his mounds of books stacked across the neatly made bed. I'm sorry, she said as soon as she had her tongue under control. I shouldn't have snapped at you. He shrugged awkwardly. You were right. I was being rude. Tara squeezed his shoulder to let him know she understood. It's all right. We're going to be all right, yeah? Yeah. Chapter 14. Photography. Sunlight fell over Tara's face and pulled her out of sleep. She rolled over and saw Kyle was still curled into a ball, his arms wrapped around his pillow. It was early morning, and the night animals' cries had given way to bird chatter. Tara lay still as she processed the previous night. May had frightened her, but the more important knowledge had come from the charcoal copy of the last page from her mother's journal. She guessed Chris had left the home shortly after writing it. She'd been 17 at the time. The falling out must have been big to make her think she'd be better off on her own. They finally admitted. Lies. Tara turned to glance at Kyle. He thought their grandparents were lying too. She wished she could speak to her mother. Did she regret the rift that had grown between her and her parents, or was she grateful for it? Was there a reason why Tara had never met May and Peter before? She forced herself to get up and go to the bathroom to wash and change. She could hear May cooking breakfast downstairs, but she wanted space to think more than anything. When she was presentable, Tara returned to her own room and leaned on the windowsill as she watched the yard below. The rattle of an engine told her a car was coming. Peter's jeep emerged from the driveway, circled to the front of the house and parked. He must have been clearing the road as promised. Tara hoped she could convince May to take them to the town early. She had 2 days of news to catch up on. Fear and hope churned in her stomach. She'd left her camera on the bedside table. Tara examined the 2 Polaroids she'd left under it. Now that she'd seen her mother had written about ghosts in the journal, Tara found herself assigning more significance to the blur behind Peter. What if this house really is haunted? And not just in a whispers and glimpses sort of way, but actually significantly haunted. They'd have to be the ghosts of Peter's parents. Is May right? Are they really watching over us? Are they trying to communicate? Or do they want something more? Remembering the icy fingers that had grazed her hand the night before, she reflexively clenched her fist. The camera still had film in it. Tara bit her lip, picked it up, and jogged downstairs. "Good morning, May. Can I take a walk before breakfast?" "Of course, my dear." May looked worlds away from the slack-jawed figure that had walked through the house the night before. She wore her familiar apron over a floral print dress and had pinned her hair up.
"Breakfast will be ready in 20 minutes, all right?"
"Thank you." Tara jogged down the porch, then swivelled, trying to think of the best place to take her pictures. She had limited film and didn't want to waste it. The vegetable garden again. May said George Folcroft had loved gardening. He might haunt there. Faint mist created an ethereal glow over the area, though it was nowhere near as bad as it had been the day before. Tara stopped beside the recently planted ground, aimed her camera to capture as much of the area as possible, and took her picture. She then paced backwards until she was nearly at the trees and took another photograph of the house. With both pictures developing in her pocket, she chewed over her options of what else to capture. What about the gravestones? She turned to face the woods, equal parts uncertain and excited. Dew clung to the leaves and weedy grass spaced between the tree, and some kind of bird warbled farther away. "I should have time. It's not that far. It was a shorter walk than to the lake. I'll be quick." She hung the camera strap around her neck and paced around the clearing's edge until she found the pathway she and Kyle had taken the day before. Bird chatter surrounded her as she followed the twisting dirt track deeper into the woods. When she thought she was close, Tara had to slow down and scour the side of the road to make sure she didn't miss the grave markers. They waited in the little hollow between pine trees, and she stopped to examine the 2 rough rocks with names chiselled into the front. Tara, worried she might not be alone, bowed her head respectfully before stepping back and focusing her camera. She got as much of the area in her frame as possible, then took the picture. The black square whirred out of the camera, and she tucked it into her pocket. "It's weird. May talked about loving family so much and burying Peter's parents on the property to keep them close. But these gravestones look like they haven't been visited in a decade." Weedy grass grew over the graves, and lichen clung to the rocks. The trail had an aura of neglect too. Nature was gradually encroaching over the path. Underbrush crackled behind her. Tara squinted into the woods, searching for motion. Just a bird. She repeated the phrase to herself as though saying it enough would make it true. Just a bird, just a bird. The noise was too loud for any bird she'd ever seen, though. Something heavy was moving towards her, crushing leaves under its feet and snapping branches. Tara clutched her camera close to her chest, wishing she'd brought Peter's gun. A splash of blue moved between the trees. Then a familiar figure stepped onto the path. "Kyle?" Tara pressed a hand to her thundering heart as tension bled out of her. "What are you doing here?" He still wore his pajamas. His hair was tangled and his eyes unfocused as he shambled towards Tara, then past her, continuing down the path. "Kyle?" She jogged after him. "Kyle, you're scaring me. Say something." His face was emotionless, the muscles all slack. It reminded Tara horribly of how May had looked when sleepwalking the night before. Fear flooded her mouth with a sickening metallic tang, and she grabbed Kyle's shoulder to stop him. He twitched, then his eyes widened. He blinked first at Tara, then at the forest. As shock and confusion transformed his face. "What? Where are we?" "In the forest." Tara tried to swallow, but her mouth was too dry. "You were walking around like a zombie. What happened?" He turned in a semicircle, stared at his surroundings, then looked down at his pajamas in horror. "I don't know. I needed to go to the lake." "Were you sleepwalking?" "I don't know." His voice grew tighter and higher. Tara exhaled and pulled Kyle into a quick hug before turning him in the right direction. "Come on, careful where you step. There's probably thorns around here and everything." They walked slowly. By the time they stepped back into the clearing, the mist had vanished and the sun had started to warm the crisp air. May must have seen them from the kitchen window, because she ran out of the house as they neared it. "Kyle, what are you doing out in your pajamas? And no shoes! Are your feet hurt?" He shrugged and mumbled an incoherent excuse. May sighed deeply and cupped his cheek. "Be more careful, dear. I'd be heartbroken if you were hurt. Now quick, go upstairs and change for breakfast. I'll keep yours warm for you." Tara started on her food, while Kyle jogged up the stairs. May fussed about the kitchen and Peter sipped his coffee. Neither was paying attention to Tara, so she pulled the photos out of her pocket. The picture of the gravestones showed nothing she hadn't seen with her own eyes. She set it aside, thinking it would make a great addition to the blog saga she was constructing in her mind. The second picture showed the garden. At first, Tara was disheartened that it was empty too. Then she saw the smudge at the edge of the photo. It had barely been captured, but she was sure she could make out a man's shoulder and half of his face. She held it inches from her nose as she tried to make out more details. She saw a collar, a shadow that might have been whiskers, and an orb of light where his eyes should have been. Tara tried to keep her breathing steady as she set the picture aside. The final photo showed the house. It looked strange in the Polaroid's warped colours, as though it had come out of a different world. It took Tara a moment to find the anomaly. A woman stood in one of the upstairs bedrooms, her silhouette visible behind the curtains. Ghosts! Tara's heart thundered. She peeked at May and Peter, wondering if she should say something. Kyle came thudding down the stairs. He skidded into the kitchen and took his seat at Tara's side. She nudged the photos towards him and indicated to the relevant places. His face scrunched up, and for a second Tara thought that maybe she shouldn't have shown him. Then he whispered, "Ask them." "Here we are." May set a plate before Kyle and nudged the fork towards him. "You must be hungry after tramping all through the woods." "May?" Tara waited for the older woman to settle into her seat, then pushed the photographs towards her. "We want to talk about the ghosts." Chapter 15. Spectres. Tara laid out the photographs in a neat line before May. The woman glanced over them and smiled. "I'm so glad to see you like the camera." "Look here." Tara pointed to the smudges and the white-clad figure in the window. "Do you see them?" May's expression was perfectly serene as she met Tara's eyes. "Yes, my dear." "Well, what are they?" "What do you think they are?" Tara was quiet for a moment, and May's smile twitched wider. Tara licked her lips and glanced at Kyle, who nodded for her to continue. "They're ghosts."
"You're right, darling."
May lifted her cup and sipped the tea. May's calmness was unnerving. Tara squeezed her hands into fists below the table. "Yesterday, you made it sound like there might be ghosts, but now you're talking like you've known all along." May drew a deep breath and let it out slowly as she looked towards the ceiling. For a moment, Tara could hear only the quiet ticking clock in the hallway and a cricket outside the window. Then May said,
"One of the hardest parts about welcoming you into our home was knowing how much to tell you. Peter and I talked it over for hours. We wanted you to know the truth, but on the other hand, you are only children."
Tara tightened her fists. The palms were sweaty, but she kept her face neutral as she watched her grandmother. She didn't need to look at him to know that Peter was examining her over the top of his coffee mug.
"In the end, we decided on a compromise. If you were curious enough to uncover it on your own, we'd be open about it. If not, we wouldn't say anything."
May smiled.
"You're both so clever. I'm glad you found out. I didn't like keeping secrets."
So, Tara struggled to find the right words. "There are ghosts here, and you see them a lot?"
"Not too often, perhaps every couple of days. More often if you're looking for them."
"Oh!" She turned to Kyle. His eyes were huge and his face pale, but the set to his lip told her he wanted answers just as much as she did. "How many are there?"
"A few. Your great-grandma and great-grandpa, Peter's sister and brother."
Peter shifted forward. "I told you I go to the lake sometimes to talk to Anna. I don't often see her, but I can feel her." "This is insane," Kyle muttered. He dragged his fingers through his hair. "Why can we see them? I've never heard people talk about ghosts like this before. I've never seen a ghost before."
"Oh, poor dear."
May reached out to touch him, but Kyle shied away. She sighed and leaned back in her chair.
"Truthfully, I don't know why they linger here. We have always cared deeply about family. Perhaps they didn't want to leave us after death. It might be something in the ground. It might be something in the family genes. I couldn't tell you."
Tara squeezed her hands together. "And you're just happy to let it happen? Haven't you thought about calling a priest or something?" May laughed.
"Of course not. They're friendly, Tara. They're not like the ghosts in scary campfire stories. They watch over us. It's a comfort. It helps us to not feel as alone."
A thought occurred and Tara frowned. "When we saw people walking outside the house at night, the man who was all bent and the people during the storm—"
"Those were your great-grandparents, yes. Forgive us for lying. We only wanted to protect you."
She tilted her head to the side, her eyes crinkling with a fond smile.
"If you find things in your room moved, they're usually responsible for that too. They like to help like that."
"We're living in a haunted house." Tara looked down at her lap, where she still squeezed her hands together to keep them from shaking. May kept promising the spirits were friendly, but Tara couldn't feel easy. She imagined the ghosts watching her as she slept, and horror made a shiver course up her spine. It's normal for May and Peter. They've lived like this for decades. They don't see anything wrong with it. She looked towards Kyle and saw her same worry reflected back in his eyes. It was easy to say don't be afraid. Following that advice was impossible.
"If I'm not mistaken, I think Peter might have finished clearing the driveway,"
May said. Peter released a gruff laugh. "Yes, we're no longer trapped, thank goodness."
"In that case, now might be a good time to go into town."
May stood and picked up their plates. Tara hadn't eaten much, but she didn't object. Her appetite was thoroughly gone. She knew May and Peter had deliberately changed the subject, but she didn't mind. The promise of access to a phone and a chance to get away from the house's heavy atmosphere were tantalizing. Tara was glad to drop the topic of ghosts for the short term. The siblings retrieved their jackets, then waited by the door as May put on her hat and took the keyring off the metal hook by the kitchen. Kyle brought an armful of books with him. Tara ended up holding onto a stack of them so that they didn't fall off the seat when the jeep went over ruts and bumps. When May asked why he'd brought them, he said he wanted to return them to the library.
"Aren't they any good?"
May asked. "No, they were fine. I finished them, that's all." Tara stared at him, then scoffed. "I don't believe that. Some of these are huge. How did you get through them?" He sent her a sly glance.
"By turning the pages. Smart Alec."
May only laughed. She seemed in a good mood. Tara wished she could feel the same way as she leaned against her window and watched the trees flash by.
"Ghosts. They're real. I've seen them."
It was still hard to believe. Her mind instantly went to how she would structure a blog series about it, but she knew her friends would think she was either joking or trying to prank them.
Maybe this is why Mum left. She hated seeing the spirits everywhere.
The trees were replaced by small houses and stores as May turned into the town. She found a parking space in front of the greengrocer's and stepped out of the car.
"The payphone's just up here,"
she said, as she took her purse out of her bag and shook out a handful of coins.
"Do you remember the number?"
"Yes, thank you so much." Tara took the coins and jogged towards the bright red payphone tucked off the side of the street. She held the receiver between her shoulder and ear as she dialed the number, then started feeding coins into the slot. They dropped straight into the return tray. She frowned. Am I doing something wrong? There weren't any instructions posted. She tried pressing on the hook, then put another coin into the slot. It fell straight back out. "Phone doesn't work," someone shouted, and Tara jumped. She turned to see a plump man poking his head out of the barber shop next to her. He shrugged. "Broke this morning. Bad timing after the storm and all. A lot of people have been trying to use it." "Oh." Tara hung up the receiver, feeling the anticipation that fluttered in her stomach shrivel into stress. "Is someone going to fix it?" "Hell if I know. They probably will if enough people complain." He shrugged again. "Sorry." Tara collected the coins and turned back to the jeep. May waited with Kyle at her side. The crushed look on Kyle's face told her they'd heard the barber.
"I'm sorry, my dear,"
May said as she took the coins back.
"We'll get our home phone reconnected as soon as possible."
"Thanks." Tara knew her smile wasn't quite natural, but didn't know how to fix it.
"Would you like to use the computer? We can stay in town for a while if you like. We could even have lunch here."
"I'd like that." May beamed as she led them to the library. She waited while Kyle passed his books over the counter, then said,
"If you need me, I'll be in the greengrocer's. Otherwise, I'll come back in an hour."
"See you then." They split up. May back onto the main street, Kyle into the shelves to search for books he hadn't yet read, and Tara towards the back of the building, where the ancient computer promised an hour of escape from her reality. The machine hadn't been turned on that morning, and she had to wait while it booted up. As she watched the loading screen's circle rotate for what felt like an eternity, she realized she wasn't excited. Normally she craved getting on the computer first thing every morning, and again when she got home from school. It was like an itch that wouldn't go away until it was scratched. As the internet browser opened, and she began typing in the URL, she found she didn't really care about reading her comments or seeing what her friends had posted. For the first time since she'd started it, her blog felt hollow. This better not be what growing up feels like, because it sucks. She logged into her account. The post she'd made the last time they were at town was short, and it had only 4 replies, 3 wishing her good luck and 1 asking for an update. She created a new post and titled it, "Stuff's Getting Weird." Super quick update. I'm pretty sure my grandparents are keeping secrets. The room next to mine is locked and they won't tell me why. I found my mum's old journal and it talks about ghosts. My brother's freaking out, which is freaking me out. If I mysteriously go missing, please know that you're all my BFFs, and I want my comic collection donated to Alexis.the.great. Peace. The last part had been intended as a joke, but it felt too close to home. Tara pulled a face as she pressed the publish button. She leaned back in her chair and began scrolling through the updates that had been posted since she'd last been on. There were a lot of them, but they weren't grabbing her interest like they normally did. I wonder if I could call the hospital from this computer. Tara searched the installed programs for Skype, but didn't find it. Based on the browser speed, downloading it would take more than the hours she had. Even if she could get it installed, the call quality would be abysmal. She looked up the hospital's website. They had their phone numbers listed, but no public email address or contact form. Tara chewed on her lip. A thought had been growing since Kyle had shared his theory the day before. Tara felt ridiculous for even considering it, but the niggling curiosity refused to go away. She gave the unappealing blog posts a final glance, then opened the browser history. It hadn't been cleared in a long time. Someone had searched for how payphones worked the day before. They probably encountered the broken machine down the street. Tara found the links to her blogs from 2 days previously. She kept scrolling back, passing cooking archives, Wikipedia links, and an assortment of inappropriate sites from someone who didn't know how to use private browsing. Even farther back were searches for how big plesiosaurs grew, cat flu symptoms, the age of the world's oldest man. Someone settling a bet, Tara suspected, and a site about car mechanics. Tara stopped scrolling. The car site had been visited 10 days before, just a couple of days prior to their mother's accident. The user had reached it by searching how car brake lines work. Tara Kendall? She looked between the two police officers as fear made her stomach flip. What happened? There's been an accident, the taller one said. The officer with the curly red hair and the two bright teeth reached out to touch Tara's shoulder. She was speaking, but the words sounded jumbled. Accident. Car's brakes failed. In the hospital. Tara tasted a bitter metallic liquid telling her she'd bitten her lip too hard. A ringing noise filled her ears. She turned towards the shelves where Kyle sifted through the volumes. She opened her mouth to call him, but then closed it again. Don't get carried away. What did you tell Kyle last night? A series of coincidences can make a person paranoid. She looked back at the search results. How car brake lines work. She scrolled back up to the top of the list. The search result from the day before read, how payphones work. The barber said the phones had broken that morning. Tara had watched Peter's car pull into their property that morning. She'd assumed he'd been clearing the driveway. But he would have had plenty of time to take a trip into town before the stores opened. Tara stood. Dizziness made her stumble, and she grabbed at the computer's desk. She closed her eyes while the sensation passed. Then she turned towards the library's door. Neither Kyle nor the librarian paid any attention as she left. Chapter 16. Bread and Myths. She hesitated on the sidewalk and blinked against the sun. The morning felt calm, and she was alone on the street, save for the elderly lady coming out of the drugstore and a car coasting down the street. The greengrocer's was to her left. She turned in the opposite direction. It didn't take long to find the bakery's sign swinging from its awning. The door's bell jingled as she entered. The store's small cafe portion took up the front of the store, and a display case of decorated cakes and fresh bread stretched down one wall. The cafe was empty. Patty, the lady who'd interrupted Tara's blogging, leaned on the counter as she chatted with a younger assistant. Patty looked towards the door, and her eyebrows rose as she saw Tara. She said something to the assistant, then came around the counter. I wasn't expecting to see you here. Everything okay? Sure, Tara lied. She rubbed a hand over the back of her neck. Do you have a moment to talk? Patty smiled, but the expression held a grim undertone. Definitely. Do you want something? A drink? Cake? Water would be great. I don't have long. Patty nodded to an empty table, then disappeared into the back of the store. She came back with 2 cups of water and a plate of biscuits, and set them on the table as she sat. "It's Tara, isn't it?" "That's right. And you're staying with May and Peter with your brother?" "Kyle, yeah." Patty whistled. "You'll have to forgive my surprise. After all this time I was starting to think you were fictional." Tara shifted forward. "What do you mean, after all this time?" "Well, May's been talking about you for years. Her dear grandson and granddaughter. He likes reading. She's a photographer. They're going to visit us soon. It was always soon. They'll come and stay with us soon. You'll get to meet them soon. But you never materialized. Most people wrote it off as the regular Folcroft weirdness." Patty squinted at Tara. "You're not in any kind of trouble, are you? I don't mean to pry, but it's fine. I'd rather not talk about it right now." Tara took a sip from her glass to wet her tongue and calm the rushing in her head. "When you said regular Folcroft weirdness, what are you talking about?" Patty made an uncomfortable murmuring noise. "I don't mean to be rude. I'm sure they're lovely people and good grandparents. Please tell me." The baker's shoulders slumped as she exhaled. "All right. Well, the Folcrofts have been living in their little nook in the mountains for as long as anyone remembers. The late Folcrofts were some of the founding members of the town, but May and Peter have almost nothing to do with us anymore. They don't have any friends. No one knows much of anything about them, except they rarely leave their home, and they have 2 grandchildren who were coming to visit one day. May said you don't like her because she beat you in a baking competition." Patty barked a laugh. "I'd like to see her try. No, she's never joined any competitions, or attended town meetings, or come for the town parties. They drive in on Mondays to do their shopping, make a few minutes of small talk, then disappear for another week." Tara chewed on her thumb as she tried to reconcile this knowledge with her impression of her grandparents. "Did you know my mum at all?" "Christine? Poor thing. We were around the same age, but I didn't know her. She was hardly ever allowed in town, and when she was, she came supervised. I heard she ran away when she was 17. I wish she'd come to me. I would have tried to help her." Patty frowned. "Is she doing okay?" "Yeah, except for the coma. She's a legal secretary. People like her." "Good, I'm glad to hear it. She deserves a nice life." Patty pursed her lips. "Sorry, I'm talking out of turn again. I guess if she let you come visit, she must have mended things with her parents." "What else do you know about the Folcrofts?" Tara asked. "Oh, not much. I mean, there's a whole pile of myths about them, but most probably aren't true." "Tell me." She snorted, looking equal parts amused and uncomfortable. "You're keen. All right. Supposedly, the late Mr. Folcroft came into a lot of money during the war. The rumour says that he made his fortune as a spy for the other side. He sold state secrets in exchange for a small fortune. When the war ended, he went to ground, hiding in that mountain house that no one can find unless they know where to look. Some people say he was only a spy for the money. Others say he never dropped his allegiances and continued to harbour fugitives even decades after the war." "Did you ever hear anything about—" Tara's tongue refused to form the word ghosts. She swallowed and tightened her grip on the glass of water. "Tara, please tell me if this is out of line, but are you in some kind of trouble? Do you need help?" "Yes, no, I don't know." Patty's eyebrows were so high they were nearly hidden under her frizzy fringe. She looked on the verge of saying something else. But then the bell jingled as the door slammed open. A sickening wave of dread washed over Tara before she even heard the voice. "Tara, come here." May stood in the doorway, her face blanched and her eyes unexpectedly cold. Tara didn't dare hesitate, but rose and crossed towards her grandmother as fear pounded through her veins. May scanned Tara's face, then shot a glance at Patty. Taking hold of Tara's shoulder, May pulled her onto the street. "I screwed up." Tara tried to swallow, but her throat was too tight. Kyle waited on the sidewalk, his terrified eyes focused on the asphalt. He flinched as the bakery door slammed closed. May's eyes flicked between the siblings as she took a slow breath Then she said,
"Get in the car."
Kyle shot his sister a sideways look, silently asking for guidance. She gave a tiny nod, and together they walked back to the jeep. May waited until their seatbelts were buckled before climbing in the driver's seat. A soft click told Tara the doors had been locked. Then the engine revved and the car screeched out of the parking space and back towards the mountain.
"She's furious."
Tara dug her fingers into the car's seats.
"I crossed a line. What's going to happen to us?"
May had only ever smiled and cooed at them before. This new stony-faced, cold-eyed creature was foreign and frightening. Tara, desperate to mitigate the damage, cleared her throat. "Grandma May?"
"I hope you don't mind leaving early."
Her tone was upbeat, but it didn't match her expression.
"It looked like rain, and I remembered I had washing on the line."
The sky was clear, and Tara was certain the washing line had been empty when she'd taken her photos that morning. She glanced at Kyle, then tried again. "I'm sorry, Grandma."
"Whatever for, dear?"
May finally smiled, but the expression didn't look right.
"You're old enough to explore the town on your own."
Somehow the natural act was more unsettling than the anger.
"Anyway,"
May continued as she turned into their driveway,
"we probably won't be going back for a little while. It will do us good to spend some time as a family. Just the four of us. You'd like that, wouldn't you?"
"Yes," Tara and Kyle chorused as the trees closed in to block out the sunlight. Chapter 17. Bunker.
"Be careful,"
Tara said. She and Kyle strolled across the open patch of ground in front of the house. Whenever Tara looked behind them, she saw May watching through the kitchen window. Kyle had his hands forced into his pockets. His walk would have looked relaxed, except for the stiffness in his shoulders.
"What happened? Why were you in the bakery?"
"I was trying to separate imagination from fact, a bit like you with your dreams." Tara pretended to kick a rock. She hoped from May's perspective it would look like a casual stroll before lunch, not a rushed meeting. "You were right, by the way. Something strange is going on."
"I'll save the gloating for later. Tell me what you know."
She looked at him. His glare was defiant. He deserves to have the truth. "I don't think Mum's crash was accidental. Someone looked up info on car brakes a few days before her car failed, and I think Peter tampered with the payphone too." Kyle made a noise that sounded somewhere between a sob and a laugh. "You're lucky I'm already miles down the rabbit hole, otherwise I'd call you crazy." "I know, and it's still possible this is all a coincidence. Right now all I have is circumstantial evidence, nothing concrete, no proof. But Patty says the Folcrofts have always been weird loners. To be fair, both you and I could be classified as weird loners too." "True. But at least you have the internet as an excuse. May and Peter live up here with no computer, no TV, no jobs, hardly any books, not much of anything really. Don't they get lonely or bored?" Tara shrugged. "So what do you think happened?" Kyle asked. "Be honest. What's the worst-case scenario?" "Worst case, May and Peter are crazy, control-obsessed sociopaths. They wanted grandchildren, they stalked our family for years. When they couldn't kidnap us, they tried to kill Mum, and here we are." Kyle blew out a breath. His shoulders were shaking. "Best case," Tara continued, "all of this is a really bizarre series of misunderstandings and coincidences. Maybe Patty does have a vendetta against May. Perhaps someone unrelated wanted to look up how to repair his car brakes. Maybe the accident really was an accident. If fiction has taught me anything, nothing's a coincidence." Tara shrugged. "In their defense, May and Peter haven't done anything bad to us. They've been the textbook definition of perfect grandparents." "That we've seen?" "Yeah." Tara thought back to the presents on their first day at the house. A book and a camera. The gifts matched hobbies they'd both held 5 years previously. Around the same time Kyle had seen the man below his window. I'm not sure how many coincidences I can believe in either. They were nearing the forest edge, but had to turn away from the trail that promised privacy. May had said she didn't want them wandering off so close to lunch. Kyle rubbed his fingers through his hair, his forehead creasing with a frustrated frown. Do we have a plan? Is there anything we can do? I'll try to get our mobiles back when May and Peter aren't looking, but I don't know how easy that will be. May seems to spend most of her life in the kitchen. In the meantime, we stick together and look out for each other, okay? Yeah. We'll keep sharing a room. Don't let them separate us. Tara gave him a tight, frightened smile. And act like everything's normal. If the worst-case scenario is our reality, I feel like things will only be happy as long as they think they have their perfect family. Children, lunch! They turned towards May, who stood in the house's doorway and waved to them. Okay, Kyle said. He snagged Tara's jacket hem. She let him hold on as they returned to their new home. Lunch was unpleasantly quiet. May made an offhand comment about the weather being nice. Tara quickly agreed, Peter grunted, and the following 15 minutes were spent in silence. Kyle kept his eyes on his plate. He ate quickly and pushed away from the table as soon as he was done. Stay, May said, extending a hand. Tara tried to read her expression, but she gave nothing away. I want to show you something in a minute. Kyle hesitated, then sank back into his chair. May took her time finishing her meal. By the time she took their plates to the sink, Tara's stomach was knotted into anxiety. She'd loved surprises before coming to the Folcroft house. But despite their calm delivery, May's words created a slow, steady undercurrent of dread. We're going outside. May stacked the dishes, then undid her apron and hung it on the pantry door's hook. Peter looked up from his mug. May. She gazed at him, and Tara had the impression that a silent conversation was taking place. After a moment, Peter grunted and shrugged. All right. Come on, children. May took the keyring off the hook by the door, then passed Tara and Kyle their coats. It's not far, but better that you don't get chilled. Kyle kept silent as they stepped into the yard, but his fists were clenched so tightly that the knuckles stood out white. Tara gave his wrist a quick squeeze. I'm here. We're in this together. May led them towards the woods, in the opposite direction of the lake. Her strides were long and smooth, and she didn't look back to check whether her grandchildren were following. As they neared the edge of the clearing, Tara realized they were heading for the concrete structure she'd noticed when she first arrived. They stepped through the copse of trees sheltering it, and she was able to see its form clearly. The concrete wedge rose out of the ground, its highest tip reaching slightly above Tara's head, and a metallic door was fixed into the slant facing the house. May sifted through the ring, then fitted one of the older, rustier keys into the door's lock. The key screeched as it turned, and the door shuddered as its hinges tried to stick. May pushed the door wide open to reveal a staircase leading into the ground. Inside, children. The placid voice held no menace, but it terrified Tara. Kyle's shaking fingers found her hand, and she squeezed back. She stared at the black opening, her heart fluttering unpleasantly, and her throat squeezing tightly. May tilted her head to the side and raised her eyebrows. Is something wrong? You don't need to be afraid of the dark. There's a light inside. Will she be angry if we refuse to go in? Tara licked her lips. Kyle's hand was sweaty and held hers too tightly. May watched, eyebrows held up, head tilted towards the door expectantly. There's nowhere else for us to stay. We don't have a choice except to do what she wants. Tara stepped into the stairwell. Cold air rolled out of it, engulfing her and making her shiver. Kyle followed closely, his breathing quick and shallow. "Don't be frightened," Tara whispered, and the hushed phrase bounced off the walls, squeezing around them. The stairs were too narrow for more than single file. As Tara peered over her shoulder, she saw May following them. That offered a small measure of relief. At least they weren't being locked inside. "Keep going," May's voice echoed, making it seem like a dozen of her was speaking. "The floor evens out soon." The farther they went, the less natural light accompanied them. Tara had to reach out a hand to feel the walls. They were dry, but cold and rough, either stone or concrete. She stumbled as the stairs turned into a passageway. With Kyle and May blocking the retreat, her only option was to move forward blindly. She took a dozen steps before her shins banged into something solid. Tara grunted and bit her tongue. "Sorry, my dear. I should have warned you." With a click, a single bulb came on above their heads. Tara blinked at her surroundings. They were in a small, narrow concrete room. The ceiling ended just above her head, and the space was barely long enough for the three of them to stand. Tara looked down and saw she'd walked into a wooden chair. The seat, the light, and 3 empty shelves on the back wall were the only furnishings. "This is our bunker," May said. She stood blocking the escape, with her hands pressed against the walls. "Peter's parents built it during the war. They had to construct it quickly, which is why it's quite small." Kyle's voice was quiet, but clearly audible in the still air. "Why are you showing us?" "They made a mistake when they built it." May closed her eyes and inhaled. "They made it airtight to keep toxic fumes out, but forgot to install any kind of ventilation. And because it's so small, a person can only stay in here for a few hours before suffocating." Tara's heart beat so loudly that she was sure the others must hear it. "The door closes easily and needs the house keys to unlock. If you become trapped in here, you probably wouldn't be found in time." May's long fingers caressed the heavy metal door that divided the stairwell from the room. She smiled. "She's going to lock us in." Tara's fear swelled into panic. She felt for Kyle's hand and squeezed his trembling fingers. "Get ready to run." "You're curious, children," May exhaled, and her hands dropped off the walls. "I realized this morning that I've let you explore all around our house but haven't warned you about the bunker's risk. What would I do if I lost you? How could I survive if you were hurt because of my negligence?" She looked at Tara, and the awful placid expression had been replaced with real human concern. "I'm showing you this so that you know not to play in it. No matter how tempting cubby holes are, this one is too dangerous. All right?" "All right," Tara croaked. May turned back to the stairs. "You're good children. Let's go back indoors. I'll bake you some sugar biscuits." Chapter 18. Eyes in the Dark. Tara sat up in bed with her knees tucked under her chin. Kyle slept, but his face kept twisting as dreams disturbed his rest. The alarm clock read just after 2 in the morning. She'd been listening for close to 40 minutes, but the only noises were the animal screams echoing from the woods and the creak of old wood shifting in the breeze. "This is my best chance." She slipped her feet over the edge of the bed. It was a cold night, and her hairs rose as she went to the door and looked out. The hallway was empty. Moonlight flooded through the window at one end, its glow lighting up the wooden floor. Tara crossed to the stairs, then eased her way down them as slowly and carefully as she could. The boards groaned. Tara clenched her teeth with each creak. But when she reached the landing, the rest of the house remained quiet. The kitchen looked strangely surreal at night. The curtains were drained of their pastel colour as they fluttered in the wind. The furniture sent long shadows stretching up the walls, and the ticking clock in the hallway sounded unnaturally loud. Tara went to the sink and reached for the wicker basket hidden on the shelf above. It was heavy, but when she pulled it down, she found it was full of spoons. Frowning, she sifted through the cutlery, then worried at her lip as she tucked the basket back on its shelf. May moved the phones, but where? Tara turned in a circle, then began opening drawers as quietly as she could. The kitchen impressed her with how carefully it had been arranged. All of the cupboards and drawers were packed immaculately. None held the missing phones. A floorboard creaked above her head, and Tara froze. She held her breath as she waited for the noise to repeat. Then, when it didn't, she slunk into the hallway. If I were May, where would I hide the mobiles? She ran her hands through her hair, afraid that the answer might be something she would never think of, then chose to start in the family room. She searched around the dusty bookshelves, through the desk's drawers, and even around the lounge's cushions. Another floorboard creaked. Tara straightened, her heart thundering. The noise had come from the direction of the stairs. Had she woken May or Peter after all? Tara began creeping backwards. Another board groaned, this time in the hallway. Tara, her breath shallow, reached the curtains beside the window. She pressed into the space behind them, hoping the poor light would help make her invisible. Shuffling footsteps moved through the hallway. They reached the room's open door and paused. Tara squeezed her eyes closed, her pulse thundering so loudly that she was sure the figure in the doorway would hear it. Then the footsteps continued down the hallway. The door creaked as it opened. Then a second later, it clicked shut again. Tara pulled air into her starving lungs. She felt dizzy from stress, but didn't dare move from her hiding place. She turned her head to look through the window, in case the person came around the house's corner. They didn't. But motion drew her eyes to the big tree near the front of the house. The old, weather-worn swing moved in long, slow arcs. Tara's heart froze as she glimpsed the outline of a small boy sitting in it, his legs moving in time with the swing as moonlight flashed off his eyes. Tara blinked. The swing was empty, but it continued to move in the wind. Tara crept out from the shelter of the curtains. As valuable as the phones were, she only wanted to return to the security of her room. She crept to the hallway and back up the stairs, keeping her feet light, and drew a relieved breath as she gently nudged the bedroom door open. The bed was empty. Tara's relief crashed into dread. She rounded the bed in case Kyle had fallen into the stack of books beside it, but there was no sign of him. Premonition drew her to the window. A small, lone figure crossed the lawn. Moonlight shone off Kyle's mousy hair as his shadow, unnaturally long, wavered behind him. Tara muttered quick, furious words under her breath as she pulled her shoes out from under the bed and tugged them on. He must be sleepwalking. We made a promise to stick together. I shouldn't have left him. She stopped in the hallway and faced May's room. Half of her mind said she needed to wake her grandmother. The other half insisted it would be safer if it was just her and Kyle. She squeezed her lips together and turned away without making a noise. There wasn't time to be overcautious on the stairs. Tara could only try to stick to the edges and grimace at the noise. She reached the hallway and raced for the door. Cold air hit her as she stepped outside. She took only a second to cushion the door swing so that it wouldn't slam, then turned and began running across the lawn. The swing continued to move in slow, steady arcs. Now that she was outside, she could hear the noise, The rope created a low, hoarse creak as it shifted against the ancient branch. Tara gave it a wide berth. Kyle had already disappeared into the forest. Multiple paths led into the woods in that section of the clearing, and Tara hadn't seen which one he'd taken. She flexed her fingers as she glanced between them, hoping one might give her a hint about which direction her brother had gone. This morning, he walked into the woods while sleepwalking. He said he was going towards the lake. She took a guess at the correct direction and plunged into the forest. The light was too poor to make out anything except vague shapes. Tara had to squint at the ground to make out the worn path and any protruding tree roots or hollows. Unlike the trail leading to the gravestones, the path to the lake seemed worn and compacted with use. A branch crunched to her right. Tara froze and peered through the trees. She couldn't see Kyle's blue pajamas. She kept moving. Branches snagged at her clothes and scratched her exposed arms and face. Every few meters the canopy cleared enough for patches of light to dapple the forest floor. Insects hummed around her, and a bat screamed as it burst out of a hollow trunk. Tara risked wetting her lips. "Kyle!" The silence was damning. She quickened her pace, eyes fixed on the ground and hands outstretched to protect her face from branches. Cold sweat coated her, sticking her pajamas to her skin and racking shivers down her back. Another branch cracked behind her. Fear thrummed through Tara, with harsh doubt following in its wake. What if Kyle wasn't following a path? When he woke, he wouldn't know which direction to follow to get home. How many days could he wander through the forest without water? 1, 2... "Kyle!" Her voice was raspy and cracked. "Kyle, answer me!" Leaves rustled. She thought she heard an exhale, but when she turned, she was alone. Tara squeezed her hands into fists and willed her eyes to stay dry. She increased her pace to a jog. The trees thinned. Shimmering water stretched ahead of her. It looked almost magical, like a sheet of diamonds undulating in the wind. The only dark shape was the pier stretching over the water, and the small figure walking towards its end. "Kyle!" Tara broke into a run. She was breathless and shaking, but she forced her legs to move faster and faster as she raced Kyle to the end of the pier. He moved as though he were dazed, rocking with each step and unresponsive to his name. He reached the end of the pier and continued walking, one foot extending over the inky diamond-speckled water. Tara's fingers snagged the back of his pajama top and she wrenched him back. They both hit the wooden dock. Tara, winded, kept her grip on Kyle as she tried to catch her breath. "What?" Kyle's eyes widened as he blinked up at the night sky. Panic infused his voice. "Where are we? How? What?" "Sleepwalking," Tara gasped, then gave his shoulder a soft punch. "You jerk! You gave me a heart attack!" He sat up, his tousled hair falling in his eyes. He looked at the water, then at the forest behind them, and wrapped his arms around himself as he shivered. "How'd I even remember the way here?" "Beats me. You're welcome, by the way." Tara rubbed her hands over her face. Her heart beat so quickly it hurt, and her hands were shaking. But being released from fear's grip was almost euphoric. She reached up and patted Kyle's shoulder as he continued to stare around them. "We should go back to the house." "Yeah." For a moment neither of them moved. Tara looked up at the stars. There were so many compared to the city skyline. It was almost a mirror of the sparkling water below them. The lake lapped at the pier's supports, making a gentle slapping noise against the wood. A cold wind raced over her skin. She shivered and finally stood. "Come on, I'm freezing." Kyle still didn't budge. His round eyes stared over the water, and Tara thought he'd fallen back into the trance. Then she saw what he was fixated on, and her heart skipped a beat. A girl floated under the water. Her dark hair spread out behind her like a halo. Her arms spread wide, her head turned towards the sky. Her pale nightdress seemed to trail behind her for meters, before fading into the water. Kyle's hand found Tara's arm and squeezed hard enough to hurt. She stared at the figure floating so peacefully. Then the girl turned her head towards them, and her eyes, stained black, fixed on them. "Go!" Tara hissed, tugging Kyle with her as she backed off the pier. "Go! Go quickly!" Anna, Peter's drowned sister, opened her mouth as though she wanted to speak, but only 2 tiny bubbles drifted out. She began to drift upwards, her body moving closer and closer to the lake's surface. Tara and Kyle reached solid ground, and Tara pushed her brother towards the pathway leading into the woods. She kept her attention fixed on the water as she followed, afraid to look away, but equally afraid of seeing more. As she reached the forest's edge, she caught sight of a hand stretching over the edge of the pier and landing on the wood. The drowned girl dragged herself up the structure, water pouring from her as she fixed hopeless black eyes on Tara. Then the trees hid Anna from sight. Tara was grateful. She didn't want to see how far the girl would follow. She kept one hand holding onto Kyle's sleeve, and the other reached ahead of her as they raced through the woods. Their ragged breathing and the crash of undergrowth being crushed were all she could hear for several minutes. Then Kyle slowed and eventually came to a stop, doubled over and gasping. "Stitch," he managed between breaths. "Okay." Tara leaned against a tree, winded and shaking. "Man, we are so unfit." He laughed, but his eyes were shining with tears. "Are we far from home?" "Dunno." She scanned the trees but didn't recognize any of them. "Probably not far." An owl called from somewhere behind them, and its mournful note hung in the air. Kyle straightened, took a deep breath and nodded. "I'm ready. Let's go." A twig cracked behind them. Tara turned, skipping her eyes over the shadowed trunks and the darkness between them. She swallowed and nudged Kyle towards the path. "It's nothing. Don't let it freak you out." "Hey," Kyle whispered. "Did you see that?" "What?" "Something moved over there." Tara followed his pointing finger. There was something between the trees. Dappled moonlight hit its shoulder as she shifted. Tara's heart flipped unpleasantly. She followed the shoulder towards a broad tan face, flattened ears, and 2 huge amber eyes. The mountain lion held her gaze for a split second, then slunk forward, ghosting between the trees like a silent phantom. It was massive. Tara had always imagined cougars were only a bit bigger than a wolf, but the beast dwarfed her. The twitching whiskers were longer than her hand. White teeth glistened as its lips pulled back. Its wide eyes, bright and eager, focused on Tara. The paws were as large as her head, and with each step forward it moved a little faster, first walking, then trotting. Finally it broke onto the path at a gallop. Tara reacted on instinct. She leapt back and raised her hands to protect her face. Her feet bumped into a tree root and pulled her balance away. She hit the ground. The round golden eyes never left her as the cougar, as silent, as sleek as the night wind, leapt. Kyle shrieked. Tara felt the paws hit her chest, their weight phenomenal, but then they bounced away. Motion blurred in front of her. Then Kyle stood between her and the cougar. He swung a branch at the beast like a sword. "Get out of here!" Kyle's screams were raucous from fear. "Stupid cat! Go! Go!" The cougar froze. Its ears perked as it assessed the boy. It took a step forward. Kyle didn't back off. Instead, he charged the cougar, swatting the branch at it, bellowing an incoherent yell. The cat's ears pressed onto its head, and it moved 2 paces back, tail twitching frantically. Again it hesitated. "Go!" Kyle yelled. A hissing rumble reverberated out of the cougar's chest. Then it turned and vanished back into the woods, its movements as smooth and silent as they had been during the approach. Kyle held his stance for a second. feet braced and branch held high. Then he sagged and turned back towards Tara. His face was ashen. She pressed a hand over her mouth as she stared at the boy in front of her. Kyle the coward. Kyle who had never seemed to leave his fantasy worlds. Kyle who still needed a nightlight and cried during thunderstorms. He'd charged a cat that was at least 3 times his size, and won. Terrified tears shone on his cheeks as he let the branch drop. His mouth twitched into a wobbly smile. Then he held out his arms and ran to Tara. The hug was tight enough to force the air from her lungs. "Okay," he mumbled, "you okay?" "Yeah." She hugged him back, shivering and nauseous, laughing with relief. "That was amazing, and stupid, but mostly amazing." He laughed too, but it held a note of hysteria. Tara held him close, unwilling to let go. She only pulled back when the sound of crashing footsteps made their way through the shock. A familiar voice yelled, "Children!" Tara turned to Kyle. "They heard us." Chapter 19. Justification. Peter reached them first. The loose pants and shirt were obviously his pyjamas, but their casualness was undermined by the rifle cradled in the nook of his arm. When he saw them, he slowed to a halt and scanned the forest. "Either of you hurt?" "No," Tara said, but May's frantic cry drowned out her answer. The older woman dropped to her knees and pulled them both into a hug. "My children," she gasped, running shaking fingers over Tara's hair. "Please, please, not my sweet children." Tara frowned. "We're okay. Everything's fine. It was a cougar, but Kyle chased it off." May leaned back far enough to examine their faces, and Tara was shocked to see tears running down her wrinkled cheeks. Warm hands cupped Tara's face, then ran over Kyle's hair. "Thank mercy," she smiled, but the expression was shaky. "You terrified me. I thought Peter stalked back to stand at her side and squeezed her shoulder. He was breathing heavily, but his expression was placid. "Best get them back to the house, May." "Yes." Relief chased the fear out of her voice. "Back inside where it's safe. I'll make you something warm to drink, my poor darlings." She held their hands as they followed Peter down the path. He kept his rifle cocked over one arm, his head sweeping from side to side as he watched for motion. If the cougar was lingering nearby, it didn't show itself. Tara was still shaking. She kept sneaking glances at Kyle. While he obediently held his grandmother's hand, his face had an odd expression. He didn't meet her looks. May let them go once they were inside the house. She ushered them into the kitchen while Peter left his rifle beside the front door and disappeared up the stairs. "We'll make it nice and cozy," May said, as she pulled a saucepan out of a cabinet and poured milk into it. "Peter's gone to put the heater on. You two must be freezing." Tara was cold, but she didn't answer. May hurried around the room, her long white nightdress and grey hair flowing behind her as she turned on lights and heated the milk. Peter returned, carrying thick quilts and slippers. He dropped the slippers by Kyle, whose feet were still bare, and May wrapped the blankets around Tara's and Kyle's shoulders. "Coffee," he grunted to May. "It will be ready in a minute." Tara tried to catch Kyle's attention, but his eyes were fixed on the table as a frown creased his forehead. Peter took his place at the head of the table and rubbed his hands over his face. He blew out a groaning breath. "What the hell were you two doing outside?" "Don't scold them," May said pleasantly, and tapped his shoulder as she moved past. "They're safe, and that's all that matters." Peter continued to frown, so Tara cleared her throat. "Kyle was sleepwalking." He grunted, clearly not happy, and leaned back in the chair. "Don't mind Peter." May put 2 steaming mugs of hot chocolate on the table. "He can sound abrupt when he's frightened. He's not actually angry." Tara nodded and pulled her cup close to her chest. May had added 2 large white marshmallows. The bobbing lumps were starting to melt. It looked a lot like the hot chocolate their mother made when it rained. Her throat tightened.
I'm glad you're safe.
May eased herself into the chair opposite. Her eyes were still glassy, but colour had returned to her face.
I don't know what I would do if either of you were hurt.
Kyle lifted his head.
Did you try to kill Mum?
Shocked silence filled the kitchen. Tara, horrified and blindsided, stared at her brother. She thought his lower lip quivered a fraction, but his face was firm. Why is he challenging them? Is he still high on adrenaline from the cougar? It's like his allotment of courage from the last 10 years finally caught up to him. What? May tried to smile, but the expression was warped. Sweetheart, why would you think? You cut the brake's wire. You wanted the crash to be fatal, but it only put her in a coma. Kyle's voice shook, but Tara thought it was from anger more than fear. You've been following us for ages. I remember seeing Peter outside my room. Go on, try to deny it. May and Peter looked at each other. His expression was resigned. She lifted a hand to her throat as fresh tears trickled over her cheeks. You're half right, Peter said at last. We've been trying to meet you since you were born, but we had nothing to do with the crash.
We love Christine,
May said. Her face twisted up with long-held pain.
I never wanted to see her hurt.
Kyle kept silent. His fingers gripped the edge of the table, their knuckles white, as he glowered at his grandparents. Peter sighed, gulped down half of his coffee, put the cup back on the table and folded his arms. Your mother left us when she was 17. We weren't expecting it. We woke up one morning to find her room empty and a note on her bed. I never want to see you again. It broke our hearts, nearly killed May. Her heart isn't so good, and the doctors keep telling her to avoid stress.
Why'd Mum leave?
Tara asked. May's head was bowed over her folded hands.
Because of me. I was terrified that someone or something would hurt my girl. I watched her closely, always. I now see I was smothering her. But at the time, all I wanted was to make sure she never came to harm.
She lifted her head and smiled despite red-rimmed eyes.
I vowed to myself that if she gave me another chance, things would be different. But she never came back.
We looked for her for years, Peter continued. We didn't want to drag her home. We just wanted to be a part of her life. It took a long time to find her. When we did, we found she'd had children. You two. We wrote to her. She didn't reply, so I went to visit. Tara leaned forward.
So Kyle did see you outside our window. It wasn't a dream.
That's right, he shrugged. I wanted to meet my grandchildren, but your mother didn't want that to happen. She moved you away before we could talk. We were starting to fear that reconciliation would be impossible. Kyle's face remained stony, and he held the death grip on the table's edge.
How do you know about the accident? A friend works at the hospital.
May traced patterns across the tablecloth as she smiled through her tears.
She recognized Chris's name and called us. We knew Chris wouldn't want us to visit, but we found out you two needed somewhere to stay. We were so happy to give you our home. Do I believe them?
Tara examined first May's face and then Peter's. She couldn't find any trace of lies in them, only tiredness and grief.
I did wrong by your mother,
May said, her voice barely above a whisper.
I raised her the way I had been raised. But I'm different now. I prayed for a second chance, and now that I have you two, she took a quick breath, I won't make the same mistakes. I won't make you hate me.
Tara looked down at her hot chocolate. The marshmallows had melted into a flat, pillowy layer over the surface. She took a sip. It was bordering on too sweet.
"Do you understand?"
May's long fingers shook as she knotted them together.
"Are you disappointed in me?"
"No," Tara said quickly. She looked at Kyle for confirmation, but his eyes hadn't left the table. "Thank you for explaining. I think I'd like to go back to bed, if you don't mind." May made a faint noise, but Peter pressed her shoulder. "Let the kids get some sleep," he said. "We can talk more tomorrow."
"Yes."
She rose and moved around the table to kiss both of their foreheads.
"Get some rest, my dears. Sleep in as late as you like. I'll cook you a special breakfast when you get up."
She and Peter stood at the base of the stairs and smiled at them as they climbed. Tara waited until they were inside Kyle's room, and the door was firmly closed before releasing a held breath. "What are you thinking?"
"They have answers for everything."
He flopped onto the edge of the bed.
"But they didn't explain the payphone being down."
"It was a big storm. Probably a bunch of lines went out." He scowled.
"So you trust them now, huh?"
"I don't know." She rubbed at her exposed forearms. "I suppose I trust them more than I did before, but maybe not completely. What about you?" Kyle scuffed his slippers over the carpet, then kicked them off and rolled into bed. "I don't know what to think anymore. I just want to sleep."
"Yeah, me too. Good night."
Chapter 20. In the Garden. Tara startled awake. She blinked at the wood ceiling as disorientation fogged her brain and unnerving dreams sifted away from her conscience. Kyle was still sleeping. The room seemed too dark for it to be morning, but when she looked at Kyle's alarm clock, she saw it was nearly 10. Heavy grey clouds blocked out the sunlight. Tara rolled out of bed, wrapped her arms around herself to protect against the lingering chill, and went to the window. Patches of frost lingered over the lawn. Birds fluttered through the forest trees, their shrill screams blending into the rustle of leaves. A figure stood in Peter's garden, surrounded by the sprouts and empty pickets. His shoulders were bowed by age, and his grizzled face was turned towards Tara's window. He made eye contact with Tara, then pointed towards the ground. The frost hung over the garden bed like glistening spiderwebs. As he pointed, parts of it melted away. The patches of brown grew and merged to spell a word. Help. The ghost looked back up at Tara, then faded away like smoke in a breeze. Tara pressed a hand over her mouth. The frost continued to melt until the word disappeared and the garden bed returned to an empty patch of dirt. Is he asking for help or offering it? Either way can't be a good sign, surely. Tara turned from the window and rubbed her hands over the back of her neck. Maybe I can ask May. Tara pulled on her dressing gown and, moving quietly so that she wouldn't disturb Kyle, crept into the hall and down the stairs. May and Peter were already in the kitchen. They spoke quietly, but the words floated through the still house. May was talking about repainting one of the damaged parts of the house, with Peter agreeing occasionally. Then he said, "How long do you want me to wait to reconnect the phone?" Tara froze. From where she stood, she could barely see May's back as the woman worked in the kitchen. Her shoulders shrugged.
"Give it a few more days, perhaps a week. I'm sure I can bring them around with a bit more time."
Oh, no. Tara held her breath. Her sweaty palms stuck to the banister as she crept backwards, retreating up the stairs. Peter said, "All right, just tell me when." This is bad. Tara didn't dare inhale until she'd reached the hall. She rolled her feet to minimize the noise as she snuck back to Kyle's room and eased the door closed. It doesn't matter if they're benevolent or even well-meaning. This is proof that they're deliberately keeping us isolated. She leaned her back against the door and ran a hand over her mouth as she thought, "We've got to leave, or at least have a way to contact someone." The memory of the ghost standing in the garden gave her an idea. She crossed to the bed, where her brother continued to sleep. "Kyle!" He stirred at the sound of his name, and Tara nudged his shoulder until he rolled over and squinted at her. "What?" "Wake up, I have a plan." He sat up and scratched his scalp, blinking furiously. "A plan for what?" "To get our phones back. I overheard May and Peter talking about not reconnecting the landline. I'm pretty sure they won't want to give us our mobiles, but we have to get them. We need a way to contact the outside world." Alertness returned to Kyle's face. He shuffled onto his knees. "Okay, go ahead." "I tried to get the mobiles from the kitchen last night, but they're not there anymore. I'm pretty sure May moved them into one of the locked rooms, maybe her bedroom, which means we need the keys and time alone to search, which we're not going to get." Kyle nodded towards their door. "They'll be watching us like hawks." "I know, but I think we can get their guard down by voluntarily spending more time with them." "Which is the exact opposite of getting time alone." Tara rapped the side of Kyle's head. "Hear the plan out, doofus. This morning, during breakfast, we're going to ask if we can help in the garden. Make it sound like a family bonding event so that May comes, not just Peter. Once we're all outside, I'll say I have a headache and ask to lie down." His eyes lit up. "And they'll stay outside with me while you nab the keys and go searching. Bingo!" Tara brushed stray strands of hair out of her face. "The only problem is, this goes directly against our promise of sticking together." "Can't be helped. The keys are on the hook by the kitchen, and May seems to spend her life in there. She'd notice if they went missing. We've got to get her and Peter both outside, and keep them there, if we have a hope of finding our phones." He chewed on the corner of his thumb. "So, straight after breakfast?" "Works for me." They took turns showering. By the time they arrived downstairs, it was closer to lunch than breakfast, but both Peter and May were still in the kitchen. "Good morning, children." May wore the same hopeful, slightly nervous expression she'd had the night before. "I made you pancakes, fruit salad and fresh yogurt, toast and bacon and eggs, and some muffins have just come out of the oven." Wow. It was a mountain of food. Tara tried to look excited as she took her seat. "This is incredible, Grandma May." May beamed. "You had such a bad night last night. I thought you two deserved something special this morning." Peter watched them as he sipped his coffee, his expression unreadable, and Tara focused on looking carefree and happy as she poured syrup over the pancakes. Kyle cleared his throat. "I was thinking, I need a hobby other than books, something to do outdoors. Do you think Tara and I could help in the garden? It'd be nice to have our own plants we can water and watch grow." "Genius, Kyle." May's expression brightened, and she nudged Peter's shoulder as she moved past. "That sounds lovely, doesn't it, Peter? The kids can have their own sections in the garden." "Yeah." Tara tried to build on the image. "Grandpa Peter said you like flowers, May. Why don't you have a corner too? We can all grow different things. It'll be a family garden." For a second she worried she'd pushed too far, but May only laughed. "I'd like that. What do you say, Peter? Ready to relinquish your hold on the ground out back?" He snorted, but the corners of his mouth twitched up. "I'd be glad for some help." "Let's start this morning," Tara said, "while it's nice and cool." "All right," May said indulgently, "but finish your breakfast first." Tara and Kyle exchanged a smile. They ate quickly. Nerves had wormed their way into Tara's stomach and unsettled it. But not wanting May to think she was unhappy, she finished her plate. Peter disappeared into the house to find them work gloves, while May washed up. Then together they stepped into the overcast day. Peter carried a small toolbox and a canvas sack of implements. which she dropped at the side of the garden. He handed out shovels, then cracked open the toolbox. It was full of packets of seeds. "Pick what you like," he said, indicating different sections. "Flowers here, root vegetables, lettuces and squash here. Got a couple of types of tomatoes."
"No fruit?"
Tara asked, kneeling beside the crate. "We've got strawberries, but it's better to buy most fruits as saplings. Dig some trenches today, then tell me what you want, and I'll get them at a nursery." Tara took the pack of strawberries, as well as cucumbers and lettuces. Kyle knelt over the box, his face scrunched up in concentration as he chose his plants. May watched and smiled as Peter divided the prepared ground into sections and showed Tara how to use the shovel. She'd meant for the garden to be a quick distraction, but Tara found herself growing increasingly enthusiastic about her little plot as she dug rows. She allowed just enough time for it to be convincing, then scrunched up her face and leaned over her shovel. May, who had done very little work and mostly watched, moved forward.
"Is something wrong, honey?"
"Just a headache." She shook her head and blinked. "I'm probably still tired from last night." May pressed the back of her hand to Tara's forehead, a frown pulling at her eyes.
"Would you like a glass of water? You might be dehydrated."
"Nah, it'll be fine. I just get headaches sometimes."
"Maybe you should lie down. We can always come back to the garden later."
Bingo. That sounds really good, actually. You guys keep going. I'll catch up with you later.
"I'll make you a cup of tea and a warm compress,"
May said, starting towards the house with her hand on Tara's shoulder. "Thanks, but... Caught off guard, Tara desperately hunted for an excuse that would sound convincing. "Please stay with Kyle. He gets lonely so easily. Would you keep him company while I can't?" May's eyes flicked over Tara's face for a second. Then she smiled and nodded.
"Of course. Have something to drink. I'll call you when dinner's ready."
As May returned to the garden, Kyle gave Tara a quick nod. Tara nodded back, wishing him luck. She kept a slow pace until the house's front door closed behind her. Then she snatched the keys off the hook by the door. Kyle would keep their grandparents in the garden for as long as he could, but there was no guarantee of how long that might be. She needed to be quick.
Where would May hide the phones?
From Tara's count, there were at least 6 locked doors in the house. She bit her lower lip as she jogged up the stairs to the 2nd floor.
Maybe in the master bedroom? It's the last on the right, isn't it?
Tara tried the door handle and wasn't surprised when it didn't turn. She counted her breaths as she sorted through the keys. There were 20 of them, and it took too long for comfort to find the right one. At last, a bronze key turned in the lock, and a soft click let her twist the handle. The room wasn't what she'd expected. Flowing white curtains and blue patterned wallpaper matched May's style, but the bed was a single, not double.
Does Peter sleep in a different room? They seem so close. Maybe he snores?
She tucked the keys into her back pocket and began searching. The room was pin neat, so Tara took excruciating care to put things back the way they'd been. She hunted through the dresser drawers, the top shelf of the wardrobe, the bedside table drawers, and even looked under the bed for a secret compartment without any luck. As she straightened, laughter floated through the window. Being careful not to be seen, Tara crept up to the glass and peeked outside. The garden bed was nearly directly below the window. Kyle was clowning it up and waving the shovel around like a sword, while May and Peter laughed. The scene looked happy, almost whimsical, and Tara felt a small pang of regret for what could have been. She rubbed at her arm as she prepared to leave the room. She sensed the ghost's presence before she saw it. The room seemed to grow a fraction dimmer, and an icy chill floated over Tara's arm. She sucked in a breath as she turned. 2 pit-black eyes stared back at her. Chapter 21. Family. The dead woman's face, framed by thick steel-grey hair, was as sunken as her husband's. She tilted her head to one side, and for a moment She looked as real and tangible as any living human. Then her form flickered into transparency as she reached a hand towards Tara. Tara stumbled backwards, a hand pressed over her mouth to muffle a scream. Her legs gave out and she collapsed to the floor. She scrambled away from the spectre, not stopping until her back hit the wall. The woman was old, older than May, and a dark mourning gown swirled around her in an invisible wind. Her dark eyes followed Tara's movements as her form continued to bleed away, making her appear fainter with every passing second. "I'm sorry," Tara said, although she wasn't sure what she was apologizing for. The ghost extended her hand towards the desk below the window. She rested her fingertips on a thick, leather-bound book, her gaze never wavering from Tara. Then her form evaporated, disappearing into the ether, and the oppressive, suffocating gloom lifted from the room. Tara kept still for several long moments. She kept waiting for the spectre to return. When it didn't, she slowly crawled to her knees and lifted herself onto unsteady feet. "I need to get out of this room. The mobiles aren't here. I don't know how much time I have, but the keys need to be back on the hook when May comes inside." She hesitated, though. The ghost had touched the book on the writing desk. Was it trying to show me something? Uneasiness made her skin prickle as she approached the book, feeling more wary than curious. The leather cover was blank, but the shape, wider than it was tall, told her it was a photo album. Wearing around the edges and corners suggested it was frequently opened. Tara pulled the cover back. Inside were dozens of grayscale photos, arranged neatly, with small cursive writing under each picture. The Folcroft family at the lake, summer 1933. Harry works in the garden, 1928. Christopher, age 4, helps Eileen bake a pie. Tara stopped at a familiar face. The girl from the lake stared up at her balefully, a white cloth with a tree design held towards the camera. Anna Folcroft learns embroidery. She turned the page. A large photo took up so much space that the names had to be squeezed into the bottom margin. It was a family portrait, with 2 adults and 5 children arranged in various sitting and standing poses. Harry, Eileen, Anna, Peter, Christopher, and May Folcroft. Tara's mouth dried. The picture was all wrong. The faces were familiar. The man, Harry, had stood in the garden that morning, and Eileen's face was a younger version of the ghost that had shown Tara the book. But the names didn't match the gravestones hidden behind the house. May cares about family deeply, but the path to the graves is never used. Is it possible Petra and George aren't relatives? Do we have strangers' graves on this land? Another anomaly hit her as she looked at the last child. May Folcroft. Her hair hung in ringlets around her head as she clutched a doll to her chest. But May married into the family. How could she be in this picture? Confusion and growing dread rose through Tara. She took a step back from the book, hands pressed to her forehead. The door behind her creaked as it opened, and Tara gasped. "And here you are." A heavy sadness weighed down May's voice. "It would have been better if you'd stayed away, my dear." Tara couldn't speak. She could only stare in horror as May closed the door with a sharp snap. The woman crossed to the book, moving so close to Tara that she could smell the cinnamon scent that seemed to hang around her. May's long fingers touched the photo reverently, then closed the book. "You have probably realized I am not Peter's wife. I am his sister, and Christine is not our child." Tara's throat was too dry to swallow. She backed away from May until she hit the wall. "I don't understand." May braced her hands on the table. She looked tired. A breeze fluttered the curtains around her, hiding her face for brief moments. When she spoke, it was with thick resignation.
There is nothing more important to us than family. Things are different now, but back when I was young, it was expected that women would marry and move in with their new husband. The idea always repulsed me. Why would I commit my life to a stranger when I had everything I needed at home? I trusted my family. I relied on them, and they on me. We had a harmony that no suitor could hope to rival.
She paused to breathe. Tara stayed pressed against the wall, afraid to move or speak in case it provoked some form of retaliation. But when May finally looked at her, it was with a smile.
During the war, our family withdrew from society. We barely went into town. Most people didn't even know our names. Over several decades, our parents and siblings died, by drowning, illness, and old age. Eventually, only Peter and I remained. We were happy together. He took care of the garden, I managed the house, and our parents had left enough savings that we would never need jobs. One day, a family arrived at our house. A young man, his wife, and their baby. They were hiding because of some very bad things they'd done during the war.
May's fingers traced over the book's leather cover.
I told them government officials were coming. I said I would look after their baby while they hid in the bunker.
Oh, no! Sickness and horror churned in Tara's stomach.
Don't worry, sweetheart. They didn't suffer. They probably didn't even realize they were suffocating.
May's smile was shaky, bordering on desperate.
We gave them good, respectful burials. Peter carved the gravestones, one each for George Kendall and Petra Kendall.
Kendall! Our surname! A morbid fascination was growing through Tara's fear. This must be what Mum found out on the day she ran away, when she wrote about secrets in her journal. She adopted her birth parents' surname. May took a short, shallow breath.
We renamed their baby Christine. It had been so long since anyone in town had seen us that they naturally assumed we were a married couple when we took our daughter to the doctor. That suited us. People used to say our family was strange for being so close. But no one questions a married couple growing old together. Isn't that ridiculous?
Her laughter made shivers creep up Tara's spine.
We're not bad people, Tara,
May said as her chuckles died.
We only led those strangers to the bunker because it was the right thing to do. They were sick. Not physically, but in their minds. It was like a rot that would grow worse and worse every day. We did it to save your mother. We did it for Christine.
You're lying. Tara bit her tongue to keep the words inside. She no longer had any doubt that Peter had tampered with Chris's car brakes. She was starting to understand how obsessed May was with family, and how far she would go to have one.
You understand, don't you, my dear?
May's long fingers brushed hair away from Tara's face. They felt strangely cold.
We did it for the best, and we loved Christine, just like we love you and Kyle. We'll take care of you. We'll cherish you.
When Tara didn't speak, May pulled her close, pressing Tara's head into the space below her chin.
I know this is a shock, my darling, but I know you'll understand when you think it through a bit. You're not like your mother. She was stubborn and willful. She didn't understand the type of family we are. But you do, I'm sure. You know what's best for you and your brother.
From where May held her, Tara could see the garden. Kyle and Peter still worked in it. Kyle sent a terrified glance towards the house.
You don't want anything bad to happen to him.
May's breath tickled the top of Tara's head as she whispered into her hair.
The fingers kept moving, running up and down Tara's shoulder and refusing to let her pull away. "You don't want him to be hurt. You'll be a good girl, won't you?" Fear turned Tara's stomach cold. The smell of cinnamon surrounded her. She could barely breathe, but when she did, she said, "Yes." "Yes," May echoed, and Tara felt the woman's smile against her hair. "You are a good girl, so different to Chris. You're not going to break your grandmother's heart." Kyle looked back towards the house, his face sheet white and perspiration dripping off his forehead. "Good girl," May cooed, her fingers tightening on Tara's arms. "Now, my dear, you have a headache, don't you? You'd better take that lie down." May eased her away from the photo album and into the hallway. Tara wanted to push out of her arms and reject the repulsive embrace, but she couldn't, not as long as they had Kyle. "Sleep as long as you like." May finally released Tara when they were inside her room. She was smiling, but the expression didn't touch her eyes. "Don't worry about coming down for dinner. I'll bring it to you." She pulled the keyring from Tara's pocket and shut the door. There was silence for a beat. Then the lock clicked. Tara covered her mouth. A high-pitched ringing noise filled her skull as terrified tears ran over her cheeks. Chapter 22. Waiting Games. Tara paced the room, running her hands over her face and through her hair as she raced to piece together a plan. "As long as Kyle and I can get to town, we should be safe." But the drive was long, and the trip would be longer by foot. They either needed transport or a head start at a time when they wouldn't be missed for hours. "They're not going to leave us alone for hours, though. May is smarter than I anticipated, if she saw through the gardening diversion. So that means we need a car." She didn't have a license, but her mother had let her try driving the car around an abandoned parking lot one night. She thought she could handle the Jeep as far as the town, but actually getting the Jeep wouldn't be easy. The key was on the keyring, and she suspected the metal band wouldn't be left out of eyesight any time soon. "And even if I had a way to get the keys, even if we had a chance to make a run for it, I can't do anything until I'm out of this room. How long will she keep me here? Just tonight? A few days? And when I'm let out, how long will it take to gain enough trust to be left unsupervised, or even to talk to Kyle in private?" Tara gritted her teeth against a moan as she keeled onto the bed. There was too much risk. If she tried to make a break for it and was caught, she dreaded what they would do to Kyle. May had her bunker. Peter had his rifle. And they had both killed, or attempted to kill, before. The overcast sky turned the light filtering into her room grey. Tara rolled off the bed and approached the window. She tried the latch. The frame wouldn't budge. It was either frozen from age or intentionally locked. The panes were big, though. Tara thought she could break the glass and crawl through. Movement outside pulled her eyes to the yard. Peter's tall frame moved slowly and smoothly, circling the house. He tilted his head to glance at Tara's window as he passed, and the weak sunlight glinted off the rifle cocked over his elbow. Tara shrank back from the window as nausea built up inside of her again. They weren't going to tolerate any form of resistance. She hoped Kyle was smart enough not to confront them. "If either of those monsters hurt him, I'll kill them." She squeezed her clammy hands into fists. Her powerlessness was like a prickling thorn in her chest, and every second she sat made it worse. "Don't be rash. Don't make things worse." Peter wouldn't stay awake forever. Once the house was fully silent, she could escape and get Kyle, and they would make a break for it. She imagined running down the driveway in the middle of the night, tripping over the potholes and swiping at scratching branches, praying all the way that headlights wouldn't appear behind them. The prickling thorn felt worse. She squeezed her eyes shut and pressed her hands over the lids to block out all traces of sunlight. Instead of thinking about the escape, she tried to focus on their life afterwards. They would be able to go home.
Kyle would have his vast library, and the computer would restore the friendships Tara was desperately missing. They would have their own beds again. The chewy honey cereal Kyle loved, the fishbowl with Nemo, their calico goldfish. Except we can't go back there. May and Peter know where we live. They have to. That's how they tampered with Mum's car. Which means we'll need to go on the run, change our names, move far enough away that we can't be found, and cut off all our friendships. But at least we'll be able to see Mum again, assuming she's still alive. The thorn hurt so badly that she wanted to scream. She leapt up and attacked her pillow, pummeling it with both fists, as whispered cries leaked out between her clenched teeth. When her arms were so tired that the punches stopped being satisfying, Tara collapsed onto the bed and rolled over so that she no longer faced the window. She knew she would need to stay up through the night, so she tried to sleep. It was a hopeless cause when her anxiety was wound up so high and the frustrated thorn continued to prickle. Day slowly collapsed. As the sunset painted violent red colours across the angry clouds, footsteps approached her door. Tara sat up as May entered, carrying a tray.
"Hello, my dear. I hope you're feeling better. I brought you your dinner."
I could kill her. The thought came out of nowhere, but didn't retreat. She's old, she's frail. I could smash her head between the door and its frame. I could press my pillow over her face and keep it there as she gasps. I could wrap my bedsheets around her neck and cinch them tight. And then I'd be a murderer, just like she is. May placed the tray on the bedside table. If she had any idea of the thoughts running through Tara's head, she didn't show it. Instead, she caressed hair away from Tara's face.
"This has been a very stressful time for you, but things will get better, I promise. We're taking good care of Kyle."
She sighed. The creases on her face looked deeper and greyer than normal, and even though she smiled, it was a pained expression.
"Excuse me, my dear. It's been a long day. I might go to bed early, too. Sleep well."
The door clicked closed. Tara released the sheets from her grip and looked towards the tray. She had been given stew, warm bread, a cup of tea, fresh salad, apple cubes, and even a slice of cake. There was enough to feed 3 of her. She didn't touch any of it. Tara sat up in bed, waiting, as the last crimson stains bled out of the sky. She didn't turn her light on. If she was lucky, May and Peter would think she'd fallen asleep. She kept as still as she could, hands holding onto the brightly coloured quilt, and listened to the building. Voices came from downstairs, their words warped and jumbled until they were indistinguishable. Footsteps moved through the house. A pipe rattled as someone washed their hands or brushed their teeth in the bathroom down the hall. Tara hoped it was Kyle. He would be terrified. If May had given him an excuse for Tara's absence, she knew he wouldn't believe it. The footsteps left the bathroom and approached her door. Then Peter's voice said, "Time for bed." The footsteps stopped, turned, and retreated to the room 2 doors away from her. Peter followed. Tara barely made out the sound of a lock clicking as Kyle's door was secured. Then silence returned to the house when Peter went back downstairs. She waited while the night animals woke up and started screeching in the woods behind her. Peter looped around the house twice in the following hour. His footsteps were stealthy but still loud enough to hear. Sometime around midnight, a door closed downstairs. Tara kept waiting, nerves keeping her alert despite the progressing hours. She was cold, but kept still, not wanting to make any noises until the Folcroft family was fully asleep. When her alarm clock said it was 2:30, she finally stood and pulled a heavy jacket over her shivering limbs. She was aware of how much noise every motion made. The rustle of her jacket, the subtle groan of floorboards under her feet. Even her breathing seemed unnaturally loud. She went to the window. Breaking the glass would make too much noise. Tara braced her foot against the wardrobe and leveraged her body weight and her muscles against the frame. It groaned, Then the wood cracked, and it burst open. Tara caught herself on the sill. She held her position there, breathing shallowly, as she waited to see if anyone had heard. Minutes ticked by. The house remained quiet. The moon was large and bright enough to let her see, even with the cloud cover dimming it. Tara examined the house wall. The window to her right was less than 10 feet away. A narrow ledge of protruding stones ran along the wall, marking the point where the first floor ended and the second began. Tara squeezed her lips together and swung her leg through the open window. She hadn't expected how difficult it would be to reach a foot onto the ledge without falling off the sill. For one awful second, she thought she was trapped with one leg still inside the room and the rest of her body out. But then she heaved herself through the opening. Her toes touched the stone protrusion. She eased her weight onto it until her arms were only holding the windowsill for balance. Why did my hobby have to be blogs? Why couldn't it have been rock climbing or jiu-jitsu? The ground looked dizzyingly far below. A fall from the second floor probably wouldn't kill her, but she doubted she could escape it without broken bones. She focused her attention on the window 10 feet away and began shuffling along the ledge. The protrusion was only large enough for her toes to rest on. It wasn't too bad while she could brace herself on the window, but as she edged farther along the ledge, balancing became difficult. She pressed her body as close to the wall as possible, keeping her stomach pulled in and her breaths shallow as her spread fingers ran along the rough stone surface. "Don't stop! Don't look down!" Her calves cramped. It was becoming harder and harder to press herself into the wall. Her fingers scrambled ineffectively, hunting for any sort of hold she could dig her nails into. "Left foot moves out. Shift your weight. Right foot pulls in." The windowsill was only a couple of feet away. Her initial plan had been to pass it and keep moving to Kyle's room, but she was starting to realize her legs wouldn't carry her. She would have to stop in the locked room, even if for just a couple of minutes. Her outstretched hand found the sill. She grabbed it, thankful for something to occupy her fingers with, and shuffled closer. In her eagerness, she moved too quickly. Her left foot plunged off the ledge. Tara didn't even have time to take a breath as she fell. Her side hit the windowsill and she clutched at it. She came to a stop with one foot still straining to hold her on the ledge and her upper body clinging to the sill. Her heart thundered in her ears. She didn't know if she'd screamed, or if she had, how loud it had been. Slowly and carefully, Tara pulled herself onto the ledge. She was surprised and relieved to find the window was open a crack. Their hinges groaned as the panes turned. But then she was able to climb over the sill and collapse inside the room. She lay on the floor as she caught her breath and waited for her shaking legs to recover. Her shoulder and ribs hurt where they'd hit the stones, but at least she was inside. Even better, she couldn't hear any movement in the house. Tara pushed herself up, then squinted to make out the space in the moon's glow. Everything was smothered in shadows, except the glint of blue light on a pair of bright eyes. Chapter 23. The Locked Room. Tara couldn't make a sound. She pressed her back into the wall as her heart missed a beat. The eyes, pit-black, stared down at her. Then they blinked and faded into nothing. Just a ghost, that's all. She'd never thought she would be relieved to see a spirit. Tara clamped a hand over her mouth to quiet her frantic breathing. Her fingers were numb from cold, and her head buzzed with the stress. She waited in case the ghost reappeared, but the room stayed still. The space was crowded with old wooden furniture. Shelves and wardrobes covered the walls, and large wing-back armchairs were arranged in a circle in the centre of the room. Strange lumpy shapes had been arranged in the chairs, almost like human-sized dolls. Tara shifted forward, her curiosity winning out over nerves. The shapes had been wrapped in blankets and propped against the chair's sides. Only their outlines were visible in the dark. As Tara crept closer, she thought she could see curled hair poking out from the nearest bundle. She looked down. Shoes had been laid out on the ground, in front of each chair. A pair of boots by the nearest, and smaller women's shoes in front of the one past it. As she lifted her eyes, light caught on a gold wedding ring threaded around a skeletal finger. Tara's whole body convulsed as a near-silent whine escaped her. The lumpy shapes nestled in the blankets were skulls propped on top of collapsing skeletons.
"You're too curious."
Tara swiveled so quickly that she hit one of the chairs, making the skeleton huddled in it rattle. She stepped back, wide eyes fixed on the shadowed chair where May sat. The older woman reclined with her hands braced on the armrests. Tara couldn't detect any anger in her face, but there was an awful, overwhelming finality in her expression.
"I have forgiven you time and time again. I have tried—"
Her voice broke, and she took a shuddering breath to steady it.
"I have tried so hard to be a good grandmother. I took you in, though you weren't my flesh and blood. I fed you, bought you gifts, and you've repaid me only in insolence."
Her mouth tightened, and the wrinkles that had once looked so cheerful seemed to be severe lines. Tara couldn't control her shaking. She knew she was stuttering, but the words spilled out in an uncontrolled rush. We didn't ask for any of that. We didn't sign up to be part of your crazy family. We didn't ask you to sabotage Mum's car. And we definitely didn't ask for this insanity." She thrust a hand towards the shriveled shapes in the chairs.
"Ha!"
May's expression softened a fraction.
"This was my mother's idea initially. My younger brother Christopher died before his 5th birthday. She couldn't bear to bury him, to leave him encased in cold, wet dirt while worms and insects disintegrated him. She found the concept intolerable. So she wrapped him in his favourite blanket and kept him in the spare room. That way he could stay warm and dry and surrounded by people who loved him."
Tara swallowed the bile that rose in her throat. She wrapped her arms around herself, sickened to even be in the building. May's slow, soft voice continued, its easy cadence at odds with the words.
"When my father died, she did the same. She would sit with him in this very chair every evening. She wanted to keep him company, she said. And finally, on Mother's passing, Peter asked me if I wanted to bury her. I did not."
She reached a hand to the chair to her right and caressed the exposed arm bone.
"I've gotten used to seeing their ghosts. Normally they don't appear often. They've been more active since you've been here. But it was a comfort to know they hadn't left. Not really."
A sickening idea occurred to Tara. They can't rest unless they're buried.
"I think you're right."
May's whisper-soft voice held notes of delight. Her eyes shone in the moonlight as she smiled up at Tara.
"Your mother's parents never showed themselves once we gave them graves."
"This is wrong." Tara's back hit the wall. "You're demented." May only smiled.
"Am I? All I ever wanted was to keep my family close. I was robbed of my sweet little Christine, but now I have you and Kyle to take her place. Don't worry, you'll learn to be happy here soon enough. Kyle is already taking steps in the right direction."
"What did you do to him?" The anxious, helpless, thorny feeling was digging at her insides again and making her want to scream.
"He was being quite stubborn."
May tilted her head to the side as carefree as if she were discussing the weather.
"He broke out of his room, so I took him somewhere more secure. He'll be much more settled after a night in the bunker."
"No, no, no, no!" The scream built but strangled in Tara's throat. She understood May was distracting her. The slow, easy monologue was erasing precious seconds, each one costing Kyle more oxygen. Tara dashed past the swaddled corpses and grabbed at the door's handle. It was locked, so she slammed her body into it, No longer caring who heard, it didn't budge. So she stepped farther back and hit it hard enough to bruise her whole side. She cried out in relief when the lock broke and the door banged open. She didn't wait to see if May was following. Her legs carried her to the end of the hallway and down the stairs 3 at a time. Her pace was too hectic. She tripped over the last stairs, hit the ground hard, scrambled back to her feet and kept moving. By a miracle, the keyring was still on the hook beside the kitchen. She yanked it off hard enough to bend the metal, then burst out the front door. Long grass swayed in the icy breeze. Its colour had been distorted by the moonlight, and the motion made it look like an undulating ocean. Tara aimed herself towards the bunker's concrete entrance and ran as fast as her legs could move her. I can't be too late. How long has he been in there? How long till he runs out of oxygen? How long until brain damage? Tears stung her cheeks and her breathing became laboured, but she didn't slow until she hit the bunker's door with a heavy clang. Kyle! Kyle, I'm here! She fumbled the keys. The first one didn't fit. The second wouldn't turn. She sifted through them, trying each shape in turn, her mind being swallowed by panic as seconds passed without a reply. The 5th key worked. She wrenched the door open and jogged down the stairs, one hand running over the concrete wall and the other held ahead of her. She stumbled as the stairs evened out into the hallway. Another 4 steps forward and her hand hit a wall. Kyle? A door creaked, then slammed. The sound shook the room and left a dull, reverberating echo to fill the space long after the original noise faded. Fear hit Tara. She turned back, feeling her way towards the stairs, but her hand hit the cold metal of a door instead. No! The bulb above her head hissed as it turned on. Tara swiveled to face the tiny room. May sat in the chair against the opposite wall, her long fingers clasped on her lap. What? Tara shook her head. Where's Kyle? Not here, she exhaled, looking pleased with herself, and reached her hands towards Tara. Even though they were at opposite ends of the room, Tara had to press herself into the door to avoid the touch. It's funny, you know. You're angry with me now, but deep down we're so much alike. We're nothing alike, Tara spat. Her chest hurt from the run, and her head buzzed with stress. All she wanted to do was collapse onto the floor, but she kept her feet. Oh, but we are. Look at how quickly you ran here on the mere suggestion that Kyle was in danger. You love your family just as much as I do. You're not my family. May's smile cracked. She stared at Tara, and an intense, near-fanatical light seemed to shine in her eyes. When she spoke, it was clearly an effort to keep her voice soft and warm. Let's not argue tonight. I don't like seeing you distressed. Tara nearly choked on her fury. Well, it's your fault if I am. Shh, be calm, my dear. I want your last hours to be peaceful. The gravity of the situation finally registered. Tara gaped at May for a second, then turned and felt for a handle to open the door. There wasn't one. Instead, a small keyhole waited for a key. The key that would be on the keyring she'd left in the upper door. Let me out, Tara said. She fought to keep her voice level. I wouldn't even if I was able to. May rose and took a step closer. Tara refused to look at her, but she could feel the older woman hovering just behind her shoulder. Believe me, it's better this way. I'll stay with you until it's over. I can sing to you if you like. Tara rested her head against the door. She was painfully aware of her breathing. She was using the air too fast, but her lungs didn't want to slow. You'll die too! It's a little too late for that, I'm afraid. May laughed as Tara turned towards her. The woman's form didn't seem as solid as it had before. Her white nightdress swirled in a wind that didn't exist. She extended a hand to caress Tara's shoulder, and the touch was like an icy wind. Tara licked her lips. You're dead! Very recently, yes, May sighed. My heart has been giving me trouble for such a long time. I knew I didn't have long, which was why I asked Peter to take care of your mother. I wanted to have a family around me again, even if just for a short time. Tara struggled to inject confidence into her words. "Not trying to lie about the accident anymore, huh?"
"No, there's no point now. I had hoped to make you love me, to make you love this house and this family. My will leaves the property to you after my death. You and Kyle could have stayed here, happy and safe, where Peter and I could watch over you every day."
May's smile dropped.
"But you've been so stubborn, so rebellious. The stress and the frustration were too great to bear. My heart failed last night, and that signaled the end of my opportunity to win your loyalty."
She settled back into the chair, hands folded neatly in her lap, and shrugged.
"Now the only way to keep my family intact is to tie you here. Peter will bring your body to the upstairs family room tomorrow morning. He'll wrap you in a nice warm blanket and arrange you next to your relatives, and we can stay together, living past death forever."
"No!" Tara shook her head, but May only laughed.
"It will be easier if you don't work yourself into a frenzy, my dear. This is not the worst way to die. The carbon monoxide will poison you before you run out of oxygen. It's a gentle end. You'll feel tired and eventually fall asleep. And I'll be here the whole time to keep you company and to comfort you. Are you sure you wouldn't like me to sing?"
The words came out as a whisper. "What about Kyle?"
"He'll join you. Don't worry. He's taking a different path to the next life, but you'll be able to see him soon."
May's smile was clearly intended to seem warm and motherly, but in that moment, with the bulb's harsh light warring with the shadows over her semi-transparent face, she looked like a wolf. Chapter 24. Restless Dead. Tara's legs wanted to collapse, but she refused to show weakness in front of May. Instead, she kept her back pressed against the door. Her mind raced, but she couldn't even see a sliver of hope. Bargaining wouldn't work when May was getting exactly what she wanted. She didn't have any threats to wield. And even if there was some way to bring May on her side, the dead woman wasn't physically capable of opening the thick metal door. She turned back to the structure, her fingers scrubbling over the smooth surface and its indented keyhole. She squirmed a finger inside and tried to pull, but a latch had fixed the door into place. Her lungs ached. She tried to tell herself it was from fear, not impending suffocation, but her body wasn't convinced. Chilled sweat coated her, and tears burnt her eyes. The metal under her hand felt cold, far colder than it had been a moment before. Tara pulled her fingers away and frowned as tiny frost crystals appeared on the surface. Then a translucent form broke through the door. Its long nose was inches from Tara's, and she gasped as she staggered back. May rose out of the chair, her voice suddenly harsh.
"Why are you here? What have you done?"
The spirit was familiar. The woman's sunken cheeks were heavily shadowed, and her black mourning dress swirled in a wind that Tara couldn't feel. Her eyes searched Tara's face, and an intense sadness filled their depths. Then they hardened as she looked towards May. The spectre's voice was a whisper, like long-dead leaves scraping together.
"She isn't ready for death."
May laughed. The noise was nearly hysterical. "Is anyone, Mother? Were you?"
"Death is not ready for her."
Neither spoke for a moment. Eileen's form was weaker than May's. Even while Tara watched, it started to fade as the colour bled out of her. May's face froze into hard angles.
"What have you done?"
Eileen smiled. Her lips moved, but the words were barely audible.
"I am fortunate that my son is not as ruthless as my daughter."
"No," May hissed. A rhythmic pounding noise became audible through the airtight door. Tara looked from Eileen to the exit, scarcely allowing herself to hope. As the pounding drew nearer, it resolved into heavy footsteps. May clamped her hands over her head and shrieked in frustration and fury. Metal clanged as a key was fit into the door. It scraped as it turned, then the metal frame pulled open. A gust of fresh air rushed around Tara, and Peter stood in the opening. He looked aged since the last time Tara had seen him. His long face was grey and furrowed by exhaustion. Even so, he smiled as he saw his sister. "Here you are, May. I've been looking for you."
"Don't let the girl escape!"
Desperation infused May's words.
"You promised, Peter."
"I promised to give you a family one last time. You've had 5 days with them. That's enough."
"No, please, they can stay with us. I've already taken care of the boy. We only need to leave the girl here."
"No, May." His voice was sad but firm. "This is enough. You need to let go." May's eyes flashed with anger. The older ghost Eileen appeared behind her. She wrapped her arms around her daughter. Her whisper made shivers crawl up Tara's spine.
"Death is not a blessing. Let her go. Let us all go. We need to be free, my dear." "Please, no."
Tears streamed down May's cheeks. She looked between the two of them, but didn't try to shake her way out of her mother's arms. Peter finally glanced at Tara. His expression was unreadable. He nodded towards the stairs. "Go on." Tara didn't hesitate. She flattened herself against the wall to squeeze past him, then dashed up the stairs. Her footsteps echoed off the walls like drumbeats. She drew a gasp as she burst into the yard and dropped to her knees. "Where's Kyle? She said she took care of him. What does that mean? He can't be dead yet. He can't be. She didn't have enough time to kill him, surely." She forced herself back onto her feet. The house looked strangely alien in the moonlight. Lights were on in a couple of rooms, and they spread blocks of gold across the moon-tinted grass. Tara scanned the windows as she jogged towards the house. She couldn't see any movement inside. The bunker door screeched as it was closed, but Tara didn't look behind her. She was wholly focused on finding Kyle. Everything else had to come second until then. As she burst through the door, she was struck by how quiet the house seemed. Outside she'd been surrounded by animal calls and the trees' whispers, but the house felt dead. "Kyle!" She bellowed as loudly as her lungs could manage and began darting through the rooms without waiting for an answer. She took the stairs to the second floor and skidded to a halt at Kyle's room. The door was open. He'd stacked his books at the base of the bed, and his suitcase sat open by the door. It had been hastily filled with clothes. He was hoping to escape too. "Kyle?" She wasn't surprised that there still wasn't any answer. The room had the still, sedate atmosphere of a place that hadn't been disturbed in a while. Tara returned to the hallway and shoved open every unlocked door. Some led into empty rooms, others were spare bedrooms where the furniture and bedding apparently had been untouched for decades. None held any signs of life. A floorboard creaked on the lower floor. Tara's heart leapt into her throat as she ran back to the stairs. She stopped on the lower landing. A figure moved down the hallway towards her. Peter emerged from the shadows, May's body cradled in his arms. She looked impossibly small and frail as her long grey hair shimmered in the lights. Peter didn't even glance towards Tara to acknowledge her, before he carried his sister's body past the stairs and through the front door. They disappeared into the night. Tara's mouth was dry. She backed away from the door, then turned to search the lower level. Many of the doors were still locked, but Tara beat her fist on each of them and listened for a response before moving on. The farther she moved, the more she became convinced that Kyle was no longer inside the house. Where is he? What did May say earlier? Kyle is already taking steps in the right direction. She couldn't mean. Tara ran back into the night, towards the paths wending into the forest. They were unrecognisable at night. She had to guess which one led to the lake. There wasn't enough time to mind her steps. She stumbled, staggered, and crashed through the trees, her torso bent to help her watch the ground and make sure she didn't stray off the worn path. Animals howled in the distance. A bird exploded out of the grass between two trees and screamed in terror as it spiraled towards the sky. Tara was gasping, her legs shaking and a headache pounding behind her eyes. She slowed, bent double to catch her breath, then started running again. The path levelled out, the trees thinned, then Tara broke through into the clearing and the lake's water sparkled like a diamond sea ahead. Kyle was already on the pier. His shadow stretched ahead of him towards the dock's end, where two eyes glowed out of the darkness. Tara, her heart in her throat, scrambled down the embankment. "Kyle, wake up!" He twitched, but the slow, sluggish paces didn't stop. He was nearly at the dock's end. A long grey hand reached out of the lake and stretched its fingers towards Kyle, as though offering to help him into the water. He extended his own hand to the dripping limb, and the glowing eyes flashed brighter. Tara caught Kyle's shoulder as he started to topple forward. She threw him back. They hit the wood and pain flared through Tara's bruised side. She didn't allow herself a chance to rest, but rolled onto her knees to face the pier's end. The drowned girl's glowing eyes narrowed. Slowly the extended hand drew back, and the dripping creature submerged itself into the lake's depths. Tara wrapped her arms around Kyle to keep him grounded. He blinked furiously as confusion and fear alternated over his face. "What? Where?" "May's dead," Tara spoke between thin, painful breaths. "The house is full of dead bodies. We're not even related to the Folcrofts. This whole situation is bonkers." "Was I sleepwalking?" "More like sleep-lured." She glanced at the still water a final time, then tugged on Kyle. "Let's get away from here. I feel like Anna's still watching us." Kyle got to his feet. They held on to each other as they walked back to solid ground. Tara's legs were still shaking, so she collapsed onto the dirt once they were far enough away from the shore for her to feel safe. She ran her hands over her face. "I'm glad you're okay." "Same." His face was pale and serious as he sat cross-legged at her side and watched the water. "I'm really, really sorry. I tried to stop May from going back inside, but it's okay. She is smarter than I gave her credit for." Kyle worried at his lip, then said, "What are we going to do?" "I don't know." Tara lifted her eyes towards the starry sky. The clouds were dispersing and the moon broke through bright and clear. "I really, really have no idea. I'm sorry. We'll be together, though, won't we?" "Yeah." She reached out and gripped his clammy fingers. "We'll stick together." She was so tired, she thought she could fall asleep there, even with sticks and rocks poking her back. The relief of finding Kyle had drained the adrenaline out of her system and left her shaky and dizzy. Kyle seemed to understand and let her sit in silence for several minutes. Then he turned towards the wood's edge. "Did you hear that?" Tara sat up as sick dread built in her stomach. "What was it?" "Like footsteps or something." Heavy, slow steps moved in their direction, crunching leaves and snapping sticks. Too heavy and loud for a mountain lion or a ghost. Tara pulled Kyle to his feet and shuffled away from the noise. Peter came through the tree line. His face had lost its colour, and the angular cheeks seemed sunken. He still cradled May's body, and her slack face seemed strangely peaceful in the moonlight. "Peter?" Tara waved for Kyle to stay behind her as she stepped forward. "Are you okay?" He didn't answer. Slow, steady steps carried him towards the pier. Tara cautiously followed. "What are you doing?" "Giving May a place to rest," he grunted. "Anna's been lonely for a long time. She'll be happy to have family with her." Tara stayed on the shore with Kyle by her side as they watched Peter. He followed the pier to its end, then knelt on the last plank. The green-grey hands rose out of the lake, their fingers stretching towards Peter, and he lowered May into the arms. Together, they eased her body into the water. Kyle hung on to the corner of Tara's jacket. She was glad to have his company. They watched Peter as he stared into the water, waiting for him to stand. But he never did. Instead, he swung his legs over the edge of the pier. Tara gasped and started forward. "Peter!" He slid himself over the end of the dock and plunged into the lake. The motion, smooth and graceful, barely disturbed the water's surface. "Stay here," Tara said. She jogged to the pier's end and knelt on the last plank, in the exact same space Peter had occupied seconds before, and looked down. The water was inky black and impenetrable. A single bubble rose out of the depths and burst when it reached the surface, but otherwise the water was undisturbed. Tara sat back on her heels as a strange, surreal sense of finality spread through her. She didn't know how to feel. Peter had killed, but he'd also shown her mercy. Now that both he and May were gone, relief mingled with a strange, deep grief that she couldn't explain. She stayed on the edge of the pier for several long minutes, until Kyle's hand patted the back of her shoulder. "Let's go home," he said. "Yeah." Chapter 25. Morning. The walk back to the house felt like an eternity. The sky lightened by fractions, and by the time they exited the woods, sunlight framed the large, now seemingly mournful house. For a moment, Tara considered never stepping back inside the building, but she knew that would be unreasonable. They were both tired and hungry, and getting to town wouldn't be an easy feat. Kyle obediently followed her onto the porch and through the door. "What do you want for breakfast?" she asked. "Not pancakes." "I'll see if they have any cereal." Kyle found spoons, while Tara sorted through the cupboards. May had stocked the pantry with a dozen brands of cereal, none of them opened. She found the honey-flavoured one Kyle liked and put it on the table in front of him. Then, on impulse, she turned on the kettle. "I could have a cup of tea and make him coffee." She nearly laughed at the idea of repeating the Folcrofts' daily habit, but the image hung with her as she retrieved the milk from the fridge and chose her own cereal. "We could actually do it. May said she left the house to us. We could stay here just like they did and look after each other. Kyle would take care of the garden. I would make our meals. There are enough cookbooks that I'm sure I could learn how to. We could uncover the house's secrets, find the war money they have hidden, and I can drive the jeep into town whenever we need supplies. Even if people noticed May and Peter were missing, they probably wouldn't ask many questions. Over time, we would become the new Folcrofts." Tara sat opposite Kyle, unintentionally taking May's seat. He scooped huge spoonfuls of cereal into his mouth, his hand moving faster than his jaws could until his cheeks bulged with food. "If Mum's gone, this might be the closest thing to home we have." "What you thinking, Tara?" The words were garbled around his food. She opened her mouth to tell him about the half-formed concept, then caught herself. She laughed. "Just crazy thoughts." "Please stop." He scrunched up his face. "I've had enough craziness to last me a lifetime." She shook her head. "Yeah, me too." "I'm not May, I'm Tara. I blog.
I suck at geology, I hate hot weather and want to be a freelance journalist in a few years. We're not Folcrofts, and we're not staying in this cursed place." She stood and moved around to the chair beside Kyle where she normally sat. She poured some of Kyle's cereal, doused it in milk and started eating. "Do we have a plan?" Kyle asked. "Sort of. I've got a few things to take care of before we leave. You can catch up on some sleep or finish a book or whatever while you wait." "Sure." She was surprised he didn't press her with more questions, but he seemed content to trust her. The pervasive fear that had dogged him since arriving at the house had finally fallen away, and he now kicked his feet and ate with gusto like he normally did. Tara smiled as she finished her own breakfast. The idea of sleeping for a few hours was tempting, but she wanted to leave the Folcroft house as soon as she could. There was one thing she had to do before they could go, though. While Kyle washed and put away their dishes, Tara climbed the stairs and followed the hallway. The locked room's door was still open, its handle falling out of the cracked wood, and Tara took a quick breath before stepping inside. The scene looked wholly different in daylight. She could see the seats clearly, and the occupants were no longer drowning in shadows. There were 4 chairs, one for Harry Folcroft, one for Eileen Folcroft, and a smaller bundle, which must have been the young Christopher. The 4th chair was empty, but the indent in its cushion told Tara it was used frequently. She imagined May coming into the room every evening and sitting amongst her past family. It made her shiver. "Please forgive me," she said as she approached the nearest bundle. Long hair peeked out from under the blanket wrapping, identifying it as Eileen. Tara gingerly picked up the corners of the cloth and lifted. Eileen's body had long since withered away and her bones were light. Tara hefted the bundle and carried it out of the room, down the stairs, and through the front door. The garden trenches she'd helped dig the day before were still open. They would be shallow graves, but Tara prayed it would be enough as she placed Eileen's body in the first indent. She returned to the locked room. As she entered, she caught the faintest glimpse of a man pacing across the carpet before he vanished. She licked her lips, then picked up Harry Folcroft. The room was quiet and empty during her 3rd trip, when she retrieved Christopher. She lined the family up, one in each trench, then found the shovel leaned against the house's porch and began burying the Folcrofts. The work was so absorbing that she didn't notice Kyle had followed until she heard the chink of a second shovel digging into the dirt. They worked side by side, piling the soft soil over the bundles to create burial mounds. Tara patted them down while Kyle disappeared around the house's corner. He returned carrying a large oval stone. He staggered under its weight, and Tara hurried to take one side of it. They placed the stone at the head of the first grave, then made the trip 2 more times. "Will that be enough?" Kyle asked. They stood at the grave's feet and examined their work. Tara was breathing heavily and felt grimy but relieved. "I hope so. May believed their spirits didn't pass on because they hadn't been buried. I think this was why they asked for help." "It's a nice place," Kyle said. "Close to the house, but looking over the woods. The ground's rich enough that plants will grow over them in the next few years. I think I'd be happy to be buried like that." "Me too." They bowed their heads and shared a moment of silence. Tara prayed that the Folcrofts would finally have peace and silently thanked them for saving her from the bunker. Then, wordlessly, the siblings returned inside. Tara showered and changed while Kyle finished packing. Then, while he cleaned himself, she went down to the bunker and retrieved the key ring from where she'd left it in the metal door. The Jeep's key was easy to identify. It was newer and cleaner than the others. She unlocked the vehicle and helped Kyle load his things. "Are we going to drive back home?" he asked. "No, I can't drive well enough to cope with the highways. We'll take this as far as the town." "Can I return the books to the library?" Tara shrugged, so her brother raced back into the house and brought down an armful of his books.
He loaded them next to the suitcases in the back seat. Then they took the front, and Tara started the car. She thanked her lucky stars the Jeep was an automatic. She let it crawl over the potholes and exposed roots lining the driveway, then tried applying some power as they turned onto the main road. It was a nerve-inducing ride, and the car's sides scraped the rock wall to their left twice. But Tara felt a surge of pride as they pulled into the town. Kyle only looked a little queasy and gave her a thumbs-up when she grinned at him. 3 empty parking spaces in a row gave her an easy target. The car's hood bumped the street sign in front of them, but Tara figured she would only cause more damage if she tried to correct the car's crooked angle, so she just turned it off. Kyle undid his buckle. "Is it okay to leave it like this?" "Yeah, we don't need it anymore, so I'll leave the keys in the ignition. If no one takes it, I guess it'll eventually be towed." They carried Kyle's books back to the library. The woman behind the desk barely looked up as they dumped the piles onto her desk. Then they collected their luggage, returned to the street, and made their way to the bakery. Patty looked up as the bell over the door jingled, and surprise and pleasure lit her face. "Oh, hello, Tara, and you must be Kyle." "Hey." There was no easy way to lead into her request, so Tara simply spread her hands and said, "You asked me the other day if I needed help. I'm ready to answer honestly. Yes, we need to get out of here. Can you drive us?" Of course." Patty, flustered, shot a look over her shoulder. Dave, can you watch the shop for a bit?" "It's a 4-hour drive," Tara said, and gave an apologetic smile. "Sorry, but I'll make it up to you. You can have the Jeep parked in the street. And if you're curious, I can tell you the truth about the Folcroft family." Chapter 26. Home. Tara had never liked hospitals. They were too white. The tiles, floors, the sheets, the walls, and the curtains competed to outbright each other. The watercolour bird and nature scenes spaced sparingly along the hallway walls didn't do much to provide relief. There was one patch of colour in the building that made Tara very happy, though. Chris sat propped up in bed. One arm had to lay flat at her side for the drip line, but the other held Kyle's hand, her thumb running over his knuckles in soothing strokes. "Are you sure you're happy at Mrs. Jennings?" Her voice was still raspy, though it was getting stronger each day. The doctors were talking about starting physiotherapy before the end of the week. She was eating more too, and colour was returning to her face. Tara answered, "Yeah, she's been great. It's like a holiday. Kyle reads until he gets headaches, and I have a virtual monopoly over the computer." Chris chuckled. "Don't fall too behind on your schoolwork. You won't be able to take much more time off." "Don't worry, we'll be fine." Kyle and Tara shared a brief glance. They'd been home for 6 days, and so far the secret hadn't escaped. Their mother thought they were staying at Mrs. Jennings's. She had been told they were with a non-existent aunt. In reality, Kyle had gotten his wish. He and Tara stayed in their home. The shops were close enough for them to walk, and Tara had figured out how to pay bills with Chris's bank account. They caught the bus into the hospital each day. She and Kyle worked together well. They shared the cleaning and the cooking and only left the house when the neighbours weren't home to notice. The plan was to tell their mother about their stay at the Folcrofts eventually, but not until she'd recovered enough to come home. Tara had been dreaming about the stone house surrounded by woods. During idle afternoons, she found herself wondering if Peter and May's ghosts lingered at the lake. She imagined walking through the meandering paths and listening to the birds and wild animals dart between the trees. If she stayed there long enough, she might eventually hear the shuffle of ghostly footsteps following just out of sight. She knew she would return to the house eventually. Maybe after enough years had passed to soften the memories, she would drive up to the old stone building, walk through the creaking hallways, and visit the overgrown graves of the people she'd started to think of as her family.